Hello. This morning we're going to be doing some boost preparation. I'm just going to be like working out the schedule and stuff like that for beginner boost. This is going to be a regular thing so far at 12 o'clock Eastern time. And as you can see, I'm kind of in Zwifty mode. But I moved my bike out of the way temporarily. I'll talk about that later in another video if you want to see that. This is going to be the beginning of kind of a new era again in RWX Rob streaming. I'm going to be doing regular YouTube videos, and some of them will be based on the stream like this one that are just kind of ad hoc and long form, and you just kind of have to sit through it and fast forward through it and that kind of thing. And the other ones are going to be like, really tailored down to a specific topic. So one of the things we're going to do with the boost prep stuff is we're going to be coming up with the specific topics, which I already know. I just have to break those topics down into bite-sized chunks so that we can do 20 minute videos about each of the chunks, and then y'all can digest that in that way, and we'll make that a playlist. And the end goal, of course, is to have an interactive book. I've decided to use MkDocs for that. We probably will get into a little bit of the MkDocs setup today. I don't know. We only have 2 hours. I'm going to limit myself to those 2 hours. I did start a little bit late here, but that is going to be what we're going to be doing. There are a lot of great, other streamers out there. So if you're not interested in the planning process of Beginner Boost, then this is probably not the place to come. You might want to go watch other streamers. There's lots of other great streamers. Anthony Does Code just came online. He's a fantastic coder. There's lots of great streamers to watch besides me. So that's just kind of the introductory thing. This is meant more for the YouTubers who are trying to decide whether they should sit through the rest of this video. And if you don't want to sit through the video, I completely understand, but at least you'll have it on YouTube for you to go look at for that. So having said that, you might want to fast forward the video right now, because I am going to, one of the points of doing these videos, these live sessions every Saturday, is to be around to answer questions for people. And so I'm going to give this about 5 minutes. I'm going to go get a drink of water, and I don't need coffee. I already had that. So I'll be bringing that back, and it's just going to be really, really informal. So again, go away and do something else more meaningful, and come back and go watch one of the other playlists if you don't want to just sit through an interactive session and just kind of, be here in the studio with me, so to speak. But I am going to wait for about 5 to 10 minutes before I start getting really into answering questions and stuff, because it takes a while for people to trickle in. And so I'm going to put some music on that's going to get me demonetized on YouTube. I don't care. And it'll also get me muted, and I'm going to go get that water right now. So if you're just coming in and you want to kind of, psych up, get yourself some water, get yourself some snacks or whatever. It'll take you through 2 hours, 90 minutes. And we'll be here to answer questions and talk about what's going on, and go for that. Go from there. All right, here we go. Here is from my new favorite radio station, Sour Patch Kids Radio. How's that coming through? Isn't that great? Oh, such a great tune. Catch you in a few.
My mama told me, son, you could be anything, long as you spread your wings. I know one day you'll be great. Just wait, soon you'll aim up at the sky, and I'll watch it float away. But now that I am older, I'll admit that I am over all the stress and shit that comes from molding life upon your shoulders. It's a chore. I'm sick of being bored. I'm sick of always stressing over shit I could ignore. I guess it's just my own immaturity burning through me internally. Take imagination and making it a reality. So pause, yo, fuck it, I'll be right back. Pay a visit to the past, tell them all to kiss my ass for a second. I don't wanna worry about nothing for a while. I just wanna play around, living like a child, with old tunes jamming on my Walkman, and some Sour Patch Kids and a Coke can. I don't wanna think about anything at all. I just wanna run around doing what I want, with a pretty ass girl and a slow jam, and some Sour Patch Kids and a Coke can. I just wanna go back to old school, old news, road rules, Fresh Prince cartoons, good raps, dope tracks, and I'm not trying to be on it. I'm just trying to be honest. Pack lunch, school crush, bus home and play Sonic. I have been there, I have done that, made my mark up on the town. Been stupid I've been lucid, been a menace and a clown. Wow, I'm chillin', watching Rocco's Modern Living, wishing I could find a way to bring back music television. No more Jersey Shore and horror or horribly boring versions of shows from Great Britain. They're written with no vision. Well, damn, so fuck it, I'll be right back. Pay my tribute to the past. You can all just kiss my ass for a second. I don't wanna worry about nothing for a while. I just wanna play around, living like a child with old tunes jamming on my Walkman and some Sour Patch Kids and a Coke can. I don't wanna think about anything at all. I just wanna run around doing what I want with a pretty ass girl and a slow jam and some Sour Patch Kids and a Coke can. Child with old tunes jamming on my Walkman, Sour Patch Kids and a Coke can. I don't wanna worry about nothing for a while. I just wanna play around, living like a child with old tunes jamming on my Walkman, some Sour Patch Kids and a Coke can. I don't wanna think about anything at all. I just wanna run around doing what I want with a pretty ass girl and a slow jam and some Sour Patch Kids and a Coke can.
Purple sky, dragonfly, taking me to new heights. Looking down, west to brown, all I see are blue lights. Waves crashing into different days. You make me feel some kind of way up high on the water, floating up, I'm diving under stormy weather, buried treasure, holding out our arms like we have wings, making noises like we're planes. And every time I see you, I'm a dreamer. You take me to another place. It's like I got a fever, 103 degrees up. You're making me hallucinate. I'm caught up in your web, oh, you know I'm a dreamer. Travel time, you and I ride the stars. Who needs cars? Fireflies and scarlet jars. It's raining flowers. They never would believe us, but there's no way that we're sleeping, 'cause we know how we're feeling. And you and I are dreamers. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I would say so.
I'm a dreamer.
I think it's broke. I don't know, do you?
Another place. It's like I got a fever, 103 degrees up. You're making me hallucinate. I'm caught up in your web, oh, you know
It's all broke.
I'm
Welcome to Twitch.
we know the sacred time with you.
Failed to get current stream song. Damn it. I went to get some coffee. No, I told you exactly what I was doing. Gotta wait for a few of you to trickle in here so you can ask your questions or whatever. So yeah. Anybody have anything? Let's wait for another 5 minutes. What's the song? I have to go off the monitor system here. Let me go ahead and do it. This is the Sour Patch Kids radio set. So this is Dreamers from Double Camp. Let me send you the link. Actually, if you can do the music thing, Jalopy, here's something. This probably isn't going to work, but yeah, it's broke. I didn't break it. I haven't done anything. So just so you know, I did not break anything. Somebody else. That means Stream Elements is broke. That means the. Well, let's go see if we can fix that while we're waiting. How about that? This is a lot of times. This is just a matter of turning on the CloudBot. I have to get used to doing this with only 2 screens. So give me a second. Hey, there's my Netflix. I should probably escape that. Don't need that one. Just bear with me. I have to put fuzz on because I'm going to use the CloudBot. Hey, Entertainment, what's up? No, I got rid of all those other screens because they were too much for the card. And I redid. You haven't been around, so I redid the whole Jalop. Neither have I, but I redid my entire setup. And I gave a tour of it in the last VOD if you want to go look. I have one 60-inch television and one 40-inch television, and that's it. And then I monitor from a laptop. And I don't have any more space to put a monitor anywhere. Unless I hang it from something, but I'm not doing that until we move. Since this is going to be a YouTube video, I'm being particularly cautious about what I put on the screen. Because I don't want to make a mistake. So I'm going to go to CloudBot right now and go see what's broken. But I want to make sure you can't see. Ouch! My eyes. Oh God, I hate that. Ouch! Log in with Twitch. Make sure you can't see anything. Authorize. Go to the dashboard. Most of the time when I do this, when I go to the CloudBot, it's been disabled for some reason. It's not in my control, and I have to turn it. There it is. It's turned off. Every time the API fails, you have to click on the CloudBot button to turn it back on. Yep. That's something I noticed about Twitch. I noticed that about Twitch. It's kind of annoying, but my soundboard's a little bit too far away. I gotta fix that. Good espresso. All right, try it now, Jalopy. How you doing, Ascertainment? There you go. Stream Elements shouldn't even be trying to do it. I don't know what the hell Stream Elements is even doing here. Stream Elements should not be here. I didn't turn Stream Elements on. Seriously, I didn't. It's like on. I don't even know. You know what it was? It's something I did related to the HelloFresh test that I did. Must have activated it. Actually, let me go turn it off since we're just doing stuff like that. Stream Elements. I don't want Streamlabs. I want Stream Elements. Oh my God, my eyes. 60 inches of blinding widescreen. Not fun. Streamlabs. Download Streamlabs desktop. Wait, what? Oh, it's Stream Elements. What am I doing? The Stream Elements is the broken one. Right. Stream Elements is where they keep trying to get me to do sponsorships. I so far I'm gonna have to seek out sponsorships. Yeah. I'm turning Stream Elements off right now in case you guys are wondering. And there's Canute. Knut's on the stream elements page, drinking his protein smoothie. Log in, connect with Twitch. I'm turning it off right now. Never you worry. Don't you worry. Linode sponsorships? No, I don't like Linode. I know. Chris Kirby subscribed. Moon Demon followed. Stream title, part channel. Blah, 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 blah. How can I turn off the bot? I have to find that out. Okay, chatbot. Here we go. Chatbot. How about why don't you go off, chatbot? I mean, the overlays are nice, but I like that I can sit down again. Mostly because I can bounce on my bouncy chair. How the hell do I turn this thing off? Die. I want you to die, stream elements. I want the off button. Where's the off button? Other. Should I just ban stream elements bot? I want you to die. Bot settings, part channel. Yeah. The bot is currently sad and not in your chat. Don't ban it. Don't ban stream elements. No. Well, okay, fine. Leave it banned. But what happens when I turn it on and then I'm like, why is it not working? It's like banned. I'm supposed to be getting ready for the boost. All I really want to do is screw around and stream and make silly talk. Man, one time I'll ever need it. Okay, you got me there. You got me there. You know, okay, so can we look at the calendar for 1 second? You're like, I don't know, can we? Because your flux is still on. Okay, here we go. I'll ask randomly questions to the boost. All right, here we go. So, so here is, the illustrious calendar. We have to pull the calendar up every day, every week. So a couple new things. So we're back to going. So what is this? What's the time frame right now? I need to put a mark. Mark. Let's see. Calendar review. Go. Does grep work? Breaks the questions. It breaks all the files down into words. Yeah, but it does more than that though. You can, we find and locate. Oh, you're asking me boost questions. I see what you're doing. I get it. I see what you're doing. Isn't this the greatest radio station? So I'm so happy to find this radio. So I'm playing, this is the Sour Patch Kids radio. And it's really good. I like it. It's very happy. And it is. It put a lot of really good soundtracks in it. Maluba, how are you? My inspiration. I'm serious. I want to take a moment to pause here and thank Maluba for being an inspiration. I watched Maluba's Strava stream, which I shall not dox here. And I am just so blown away by how active you are. I have like blown away. Now I'm getting what Strava's about, because it's like you go out there and you're like, oh my God, look at how awesome all these people are that are like doing all these cool things, and I want to be like them. It's not so much, I suck. It's more like it just gives you motivation to keep going. And I'm like, what can I do better? I didn't get any credit for all my crits I did downtown in Charlotte last night. Jalopy, you missed a great stream. Jalopy, you need to go watch the VOD from last night. Yeah. We did a critical mass bike ride last night. And so I was biking in Charlotte with like 100 cyclists, including a ton of like 9-year-olds. At least 4 that we counted. And it was fun. It was really fun. So, I mean, if you don't know this about me yet on this stream, I'm not streaming as much unless it's something worth watching. There will be occasionally, the random screwing around, talking like this kind of thing. And that brings me back to the calendar. So I spend way too much time looking at this stupid calendar. You notice how it doesn't have anything on it now? It goes... Where's my music? I need to turn it up because I'm so pathetic. I have to make myself feel good again. What do I do? What do I do every single time? Every single year. It's like not even a year. It's like kind of a 2-month cycle. Every 2 months I like completely fill the calendar up. And then I'm like, no, fuck that. I don't want anything on the calendar. I take everything off of it. I want my life back. And then I like fill it all up again. And then I do it. It's like a cycle. It's like I do it all the time. I don't know what to do about that. Backcountry skiing. Oh my God. Yeah, your backcountry skiing is just like, oh my God. The fact that you can do backcountry skiing like weekly just makes me so jealous. Oh my gosh. I am so jealous of that. And nobody's jealous of my Zwift runs, of my Zwift rides. They're like, Zwift is not real. So, we're supposed to be talking about boost prep. So we need to talk about something in the boost. I need to figure out something to put the chat on the screen. This is freaking me out because I can't see the chat. I want to be able to look. You know what? My Mac keeps falling asleep. Otherwise, I'd have it be the chat thing. But you know what I could do? I could put it on Dink Chat. Listen to that. I got to get used to using my phone as my main source of reading of the chat, because this is how I do it when I'm like traveling too, right? I think it's cool about that is I can just kind of have it right here. How can I make 200K a year? I could enable TTS. You want me to? Dayloop, how are you? Why do Zuck if I can simply choose not to? Use Perl. Or use Bash. There's a lot of people asking Bash questions. Are those real? I can't tell if your questions are real now, though. If it's a real question, you should put a special emote. Instead of like, I'm just asking a question. No, I can't do TTS. I mean, I could do TTS, but I'm not going to. No. Oh, did you see my new fancy keyboard? Look, you want me to zoom in? I don't have good light right now, so I apologize. My lighting is kind of sucky right now because reasons. I want to show you something to watch. Check it. So if I do, yeah, that's why it's all grainy. Look at all those magical colors. Ooh. Rob's new magical keyboard. You know why I got this keyboard? It was the cheap ass keyboard. It's the cheapest ass Red Dragon keyboard you can get. It's a membrane keyboard. It doesn't even have, blues or reds or whatever the hell. It's not my thing. It is not my thing. The lights are very mesmerizing, especially when I like turn off like all the lights in the room. So if you watch last week's VOD or 2 weeks ago, it shows the new IKEA bed that I have here. I have like a plush IKEA bed now that I sleep in here, separate from my wife for reasons we won't get into. I mean, I love my wife dearly, but I can't sleep next to her at this stage of life. I'm not going to talk about that, but let's just say that it's almost impossible to get a good night's sleep. And that's all I'm going to say about that. And so we've agreed that I'm going to, this is not related to the boost. I know you want to boost stuff. Yeah. And I'm, you know what, the biggest thing I can tell you is that the room is really noisy between her snoring and my dog snoring. And she's so cute when she snores, by the way. And my dog's like nightmares and stuff. It's like waking me constantly up. Plus there's dog hair all over in the room. So I breathe it in. That's the main reason. And the heat, of course. And then she just does not care. She will like totally spread out and relegate me to like, you know, like a 2 foot side of the bed. And then I'm a roller. I roll around, roll. So I end up taking all the sheets off the bed. So we just are not compatible together when it comes to sleeping. We just do not go together when it comes to sleep. I mean, we you know, the other stuff, yeah, we're great. But that, no, sleeping next to each other. In fact, I think it's one of the great freedoms of married life to be able to come to a conclusion. And it's a great testament to the strength of your marriage and your relationship to say, you know what, I love you so deeply. I am so attracted to you. I love everything about you. I just don't want to sleep next to you. Because I actually want to sleep. And there's an occasionally, you know, falling asleep, cuddling, you know, post-sex or whatever is fine, but no. So, and now I've been permanently booted because the dog has now taken over my spot in the bed. You came here for boost prep and now you're getting a story about my, anyway. So this thing, yeah, illuminates the room, and it's absolutely a horrible gamer keyboard. This is the kind of keyboard, you know, wannabe gamers get. The only reason I got it is because I sweat like crazy on it. So I didn't want to ruin these other keyboards. So, and it has actual sound controls right here. And it has, you know, right here, move forward by one Spotify thing. So I can skip songs and things. And so I got that, and then I can set up macros. So I use this while I'm Zwifting. This is my keyboard for when I'm Zwifting. So to Zwift, I just put my bike under here, and I just put this keyboard up, and I might try gaming with it with Overwatch or something later on tonight or something, but not right now. Anyway, so you're absolutely right. I'm not really a fan of those type of keyboards, but yeah, watch the lights and help you fall asleep. So like being a sushi, I don't know what that means.
So about GStreamer.
About GStreamer, why is this all of a sudden noisy now? We're not talking about GStreamer. Oh, did you put GStreamer inside of your IRL rig? Yeah, you know what I should do? I should put a thing right here so I can see you here. Please be metal. Please be metal. Oh, I know. Here, wait. All right, where can I hang this? Let me see here. Oh, wait. You know what? I have a thing. Yeah, I don't know where it is. I did a full... I don't know about that one. Do. Okay, I'll put you there. How about that? Yeah. I miss talking randomly. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I miss it. I miss talking randomly. Mm-hmm. All right, so let's finish our talk about the calendar for a second. I've only got an hour left. I'm probably going to go longer than this. So, I mean, let's be real. I'm going to go till 3, and then I'm going to go shopping. Is this supposed to rain today? Is it gonna rain today? I'm gonna go check my weather, my reliable weather. Let me see. I should probably do a thing on it. Google Weather is really good. It's raining in the UK. Erica Jimmy, how are you? Hope you're doing good. Every time you see the word UK or I think about the London map in Zwift now. That's how bad I am. I'm super pathetic. I am pathetic. Allowed to know your location. Okay. You're doing good? Okay. Weather finally starting to break. You gotta get out. Okay, so yesterday was the absolute perfect temperature. And I am a huge fan. Oh my god, it's literally the perfect temperature. So I did a little research on this about what the perfect temperature for human is. It's between 18 and 21 C, or 70s, like around 70, 71. I also read a thing that said if you want to sleep, the optimal sleep is about 2 degrees Fahrenheit, which is about 1 C less than the normal comfort. So like 70 degrees or something like that. That's like the optimal temperatures to be like non-sweaty and stuff. You know what I'm going to try? I'm going to put my fan on. I want to see if it works. F for Fahrenheit. Oh, you can't hear the fan, can you? Oh my god, it's not gonna rain today. It's not gonna rain today. It's not gonna rain today. Precip. I want it to give me like the whole day though. I saw some horrible things about the Weather Channel. They actually are trying to block access to publicly funded weather information so that you think they're the only ones getting it. AccuWeather. They actually lobbied Congress to make it so that only official outlets can share weather information. They're like the right to repair. It's like the whole right to repair thing, but right to broadcast weather. They're saying no, other regular people can't interpret the weather correctly. We have to do it. And so they're literally like putting millions of dollars lobbying the government to stop us from getting government access to weather information. You got an ad? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for the ads. How come this isn't showing me like just for today though? I want to see just the day. Wait, there's the temperature. Oh wait, that is the timeline. Okay, I thought that was like the weekdays. Look at this. It's going to be 24 degrees precip though. 0 precip. We might have to do a bike ride. I'm going shopping today, but I'm not taking it with me. It's a waste of stream. You guys don't like it. You guys don't like it. You guys don't like it, right? I'm using Celsius. I'm 100% European metric now on everything. In fact, it annoys me because I can't change this. I don't know why it doesn't let me change it. It makes me so mad. It's like I want Celsius. Gall darn it. It doesn't let me change it to C. It makes me crazy because I want C. It's like, no, you're in America. You have to use F. Whether or not actually access to Doppler. It's 3 different channels to get 3 different. I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it. All right, so welcome, Rob, to the return of streaming. I think one of the things I will say is that things have settled down enough for me now that I can start returning to adding a little bit of streaming back. I needed to remove the streaming so that I could 100% focus on my health. I have been biking for 2.5 hours every day for the last month. I've lost 5 kilograms, which is about almost 10, 12 pounds. And it's been working. In fact, I'm on a pretty significant, path down. I've been monitoring it all really closely. Well, the main reason I'm in Metric is because you get a 7% increase in experience points if you use Metric and Zwift. And that got me to start using Metric. And then I started realizing, I changed everything into Metric in my world. I started changing centigrade and everything and I can't tell you how much more accurate it is, how much more I like it. So I'm sold on Metric from now on. Particularly weather. So, because the weather grade, if it's 0, it's freezing outside. If it's, it's not hard to remember Fahrenheit, but it's also a better general range. So 20C is comfortable room temperature. And so all I have to do is just look at the weather and know how far away from 20C is it. If it's below 20C, it's not going to be comfortable. If it's above 20C, it's going to be slightly uncomfortable. And then, boom, that's it. I don't have to overthink it. I don't have to remember what's the difference between 70 and 74 and 66. Is 40 degrees too cold? Is 50 degrees too cold? I just know that if it's below 18 degrees, I'm going to grab 8 centigrade. I'm going to grab a jacket. If it's above, 21, 22 degrees, then I was like, don't, wear shorts. I know exactly where the numbers are. Kelvin for purists. Pounds for weight. Oh, I love kilos for weight. Yeah, kilograms are so much better because that's actually a place where I want it to be. What's really great too? So I have for the longest time I've had to tell everybody I'm 5'8.5", and now I just tell everybody I'm 174 centimeters, which is the standard way to tell your height. And so that little half inch I can actually put as a centimeter, so I have a nice even number. I just absolutely love it. So I'm like reviewing all of the stats for everybody else, trying to decide what my average beats per minute heart rate should be, and all this stuff in Zwift. And I was able to find similar people because I'm like trying to find out what kilograms do I want to shoot for as a cyclist and somebody staying healthy, kind of weekend warrior. What's good is is 55 kilograms good. Most women are like 50 to 55 kilograms that are smaller, and my wife's probably maybe 50. And I was like, I want to do 55 kilograms because there's a 65-year-old who kicked my butt in Zwift. And I was like, okay, I want to do that. And Windows 11, how to change. You found it? Look at you. I didn't do any research on it. I was just annoyed by it this morning because it wasn't immediately obvious. But I'm now going to use your link. I've been playing at Sun Valley Design. I am not using Windows 11. Browser sharing Windows 10. Widgets, however, back. Still says on Windows. I'm not using Windows 11. I'm using Windows 10. Then I can't. Are you kidding me? How stupid is that? That's really stupid. Windows 10 is trash, but it's also compatible with my hardware. Windows 11 is not. I'm constantly reminded of that. So anyway, I don't know where I was going with any of that. I was saying something. Anyway, so that's why I'm on centigrade. It's just more accurate. It's just easier for me to figure it out. So. Oh, there's another link for Windows 10. Oh, Janka, you have one? Jancha? How do you say your name? Is it Jancha? It's good to see you. Thank you so much for the help, Jancha. People ask me all the time, why are you running Windows? Aren't you a Linux guy? I'm like, well, I use the best tool for the job. The best tool for streaming is Windows. The end. Windows and Mac, best tools for streaming. Best tool for gaming, Windows. No debate there. Ubuntu's coming a long way, and Linux coming a long way. Not even close to a Windows experience when gaming. So you use the right tool for the job. That's the reason I use it. I actually did a huge blog post recently about why Mac Pro is the best work computer. on a computer, and I stand by that. And I'm going to take all kinds of flack from the Linux people for saying so. I don't care. The BSD Linux in Mac is way better than the Linux that comes with than most Linux actually, other than the container stuff. So that you kind of have to make up. Half metric, half imperial. I'm actually more of a BSD fan anyway than Linux, so I don't mind having that. Using half metric, half imperial. Yeah, I bet you have to cover it all the time. Are you in the place, TD, where you have to do the other part? The whole French thing in Montreal? I mean, you don't have to docs if you don't want, but I'm going to try to advance to the next song. Let's try. John Cha, thank you so much. For some reason last night I was streaming at 720. I hate that every time I do an upgrade, I upgraded my Bella box, so you know this jalopy. I upgraded my Bella box, every time I do it, it defaults to 720 and I have to go back into it and stream at 1080. Yeah, and so I ended up streaming the whole thing last night at 720. It's super annoying. Western Canada. Dude, I don't like the French. I know what you're talking about. My kid lives in Canada actually. Yeah, I love the Canadians. The Canadians are French. It did not stick. I don't know what changed it. I was like, I literally did not change anything. I don't know, man. I just read something somewhere about a competitor to the Bell Box stuff that's coming up pretty fast. So I don't know. We'll see what happens there. The only thing I can figure is because I keep accepting the operating system updates from Bellabox. I don't remember the name. It was a long time ago. It was more than a month ago that I saw it. I can't remember. I know, me too. It's not really a competitor though. I looked at it, I was like, no, this isn't even close. First of all, it doesn't have a cloud offering. More than a month and a half ago, for me, 55-year-old, yeah, I forget stuff like that. Weather widget. If you're a nice set of Celsius. Naturally, I tried turning it off. I don't like the song. It's just the truth. I can actually hear this fan blowing in the mic. It's a bit too strong of a fan. Feels good though. All right, this laptop is absolutely useless. So, I'll put this right here. Oh, now you can really hear it. It's like too strong. Yeah. Fourth answer. Number 4. The answer is number 4. All right. Yeah, I wonder if... Oh yeah, baby. Verse 4 is fourth answer within the page, same page. Okay, fine. Not my favorite song. 2, 3, 4. Found online. Blah, 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 blah. Beside the start menu, yes. Start menu, then type weather app on the search bar. I think they mean this. It's a weather app. I don't know about this one. I only like some of these songs. I mean, some are really good, but let's try. All right, how about that? I don't know. Tripping on hallucinogens. C. High wind warning. Yeah, we're supposed to have tornadoes today. Yeah. Weather. Click the clear glyph icon at the bottom left corner to go to the settings. Alrighty. Oh, look at this. They have a dark mode. I already have the dark mode. Show temperature Celsius. That's what I just did. Washington, D.C. No. Mooresville. North Carolina. Is that it? It did not work. They're gonna make me reboot. Oh my god. Temperature. Uh-huh. I don't know if it worked. I think I'm probably gonna have to reboot. Just to get it to update. How stupid is that? Here, watch. I mean, I don't know. What do you think? We're supposed to be planning the boost, you guys. We're not doing very good. So great. Just kill Explorer.exe. Doesn't that kill my whole desktop? Yeah. And we'll still go back to Fahrenheit. Don't tell me these things because I'm gonna do them because I trust you. How about I do refresh? Does it have like a refresh thing? Show more news. I don't want to see more scary news. I just don't want to know what's happening. Refresh, no. Why is it still there? Can I make it go away? Taskbar settings. Find a thing. Lock the taskbar, background colors, team names. Blah, 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 blah. Well, this is a minor problem compared to Linux on the desktop. Minor problem. So yeah, and that's after me. I've used Linux on the desktop for more than 15 years. So here's PowerShell. I've given up on so many things. I really have. I mean, this looks beautiful. This is all nice and everything. I kind of like this weather app. I might have to pull this thing up more frequently. What I want to know is why when I click on this, it doesn't pull it up. I don't want Microsoft Start. I want the weather. Yeah, toolbars, language bar, desktop, links, address, new toolbar. I mean, the app is better. Patricles, how are you? Yeah, oh, I know. That's the thing. Please wait. This may take a minute to just change your weather app. I have a feeling you're right. But I'm totally okay with it because now I don't have to depend on it, right? I can kind of come in here and see what's up, you know. Today is definitely a biking day. I might just leave my wheel on my bike right there, and which turns out it's not that hard to swap out for the hub. Yeah. So anyway, let's so we were looking at the calendar a bit. I really don't have anything else to add. I think biking on the tornado day, it said there was high wind gusts, but there's no rain, which I don't understand. I don't get it. Does that mean we're gonna get inundated with rain all of a sudden? Where's a tornado anyway? I know. Let's go look at satellite stuff. What more compelling, fun things can we look at? See, look at there's like no preset for the whole day. Oops, I'm trying not to swear as much. Let's go see your radar. I want to go see your radar. North Carolina. See, AccuWeather. I hate AccuWeather now. After I know about them, I am kind of angry at them. They're lobbying so we can't see stuff that we paid taxes to see. It just makes me angry. Oh, damn. Is this stuff headed our way? Wireshark? Nice. I like Wireshark a lot. You can use ally stuff from Wireshark? I didn't know that. Oh, there's the tornadoes. They're in South Carolina. Nice pretty front headed our way. Fayetteville got hit. Oh, we're totally clear. And nothing's coming this way. It's like it already passed this. Yeah, it was. We were supposed to have tornadoes last night. It was something like 4 a.m. So yeah, a wind advisory. It says, you know what? That's probably because we're on the other side of the front. That's what I'm guessing. It says there's a wind advisory though. 69 degrees Fahrenheit. It's April 1st, April Fool's Day. Happy April Fool's Day. Yeah. Severe weather alert. Viewing for April Fool's Day. April Fools, you're dead. I feel so bad for those people who got actually killed. I watched the Netflix thing. My wife insisted on keeping our Netflix sub, which is stupid, but well. And it's got a documentary on there about all the severe weather and stuff that can happen. It's really fascinating. Like, I didn't know that Naples, Italy is in the middle of a mega volcano. The entire thing, that's why Rome sank, is because it's at the top of a magma flow that's underneath it. The entire thing is one crusted over mega volcano, kind of like Yellowstone. And there's a few other places. All the other places that there are mega volcanoes, there are no populations nearby. They're like Yellowstone. And if they blew, though, they would be so big that they would eventually impact it. But if there, most of Italy's population would be wiped out if there was an actual. And it's funny because Vesuvius is a teeny little pimple compared to the mega volcano. Super interesting. Yeah, I really don't have anything. Let's go back to the boost stuff. Dr. Rim, how are you? Internet's so amazing on April 1st. I know, it is. It's like, what is actually working? April Fools. Yeah, the April Fool joke can be, let's talk about the boost stuff. Yeah, I need like a weather thing. I need like a weather command. Clickbait? No, we're not gonna do clickbait. I don't honestly. I don't like April Fool jokes. I never have. Call me lame. That's fine. I'm okay with it, with being lame. Yeah. Check 1, 2. You might be better off dead. I'm gonna go start my virtual machine. Oh no, there's my IP address. What else we got here? You have any tmuxing running over here? No. Okay. CD boost. Oh, okay. This is something we can work on. I want to change all the boost content directory into one that's compatible with MkDocs. So we can actually work on that. Let's actually put a marker here, because we're going to seriously attempt to do something useful for the next hour. MkDocs setup. And ready and go at exactly the 1 hour mark. Control the weather endpoint. Oh yeah, I have that already. Now I just need to make it C now. Yeah. Was it IO? What was it? Oh, in India. What the hell? Weather in someplace. Wow, look at that one. Yeah. I want it in C, gosh dang it. Igor Chubin is a god. Yeah, he's in my Zet, actually. Which reminds me. Wait, tmux. That reminds me, I need to do a poll on my Zet over here. Get poll, because I've been updating it for my Mac lately. Lots of recent updates. There you can do KNLS. That changes. So, yeah. I don't plan on changing that app for a while. It works enough for me to use right now. I eventually am going to change it, but not now. Anyway, so I did that because Igor Chubin is a god. It's like, oh, he's not in there. Damn it. Nope, that's not it. Nope, that's not it. Anyway, weather. I want to do it in Celsius. It's got to be like units equals C or something. What do you think? Instantly derailed. Yeah, Quinns. Okay, let's go back to it then. Yeah. Okay, so Boost, we're going to make doc stuff. So I'm gonna leave the music on just down a little bit lower. And this video is gonna be demonetized anyway, but that's okay. So if you're watching, yeah. For real this time, MkDocs. So let me just summarize the MkDocs stuff. So the way MkDocs works is you can either run it in dev mode, the same as you go a little bit. You can run it in dev mode or you can run it in non-dev mode. And I recently deployed MkDocs to our enterprise solution for our department to maintain our documentation using an automated, updated Kubernetes-driven application that grabs the latest from GitHub and then just serves up the latest without having to do anything. There's no triggers or anything involved. It just if you commit, it just does a git pull in a Kubernetes cron job every second to go grab the latest stuff. But I mean, you can certainly set it up to do a trigger or a webhook or something like that. But those are different approaches. Dr. Verm's trying to derail me still. I'm going to stay on task. I swear to God. So. Yeah, if Dr. Verma, if you can come up with the URL that has Disintegrate in it, I'd appreciate that. If that's interesting for you. So anyway, how would you use MkDocs if you want to do it combined with like a free, GitHub Pages deployment, right? And there's a couple of ways to do this. You can do it so that all you have to do is update the GitHub data, the repo, and then you could add a GitHub trigger, and have it run the MkDocs thing in a container and have it build your site every time you commit. That's the most common way for people to do it. That does cost you in cycles every time you commit. So if you're doing a lot of documentation commits during the day or during whatever your week, you might run out of processing power. You might have to pay extra to get to pay. Whether you're using Netlify or GitHub, both the same. Another way, is it really just M? Are you guessing, or did you find it? Oh, damn. All right, I am getting derailed by Mr. Yeah. just a little bit though. You know. Why is there a 0 there anyway? What is that about? Oh my God, that was it. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Verm. I wish I could give you... Wait, can I give you... Oh, dang it. Oh, wait. I have to figure out how to give you creds or something. I have to give you some credit for that. Thank you for helping me with that. Anyway, so you can do the development thing. You can have it automatically trigger and have it do build. But if you do that, you have to pay for processing power and stuff. Or you can have your own. I mean, if you know that you're not going to have a lot of people maintaining the doc stuff and the GitHub repo, then you can actually run MkDocs and build outside of that. The disadvantage of doing that is if you want to make any changes to the documentation in GitHub, which is one of the fundamental parts of MkDocs. You can actually click on a link and it'll open a GitHub editor up and you can go make changes right there and save it, right? So you can do that from your phone. You can do it from anywhere if you found a problem, if you want to do writing in your documentation when you're not necessarily at your workstation. And if you want to do any of that, you need to do the thing that triggers off the GitHub action, right? So, how's it going, Tony Fa? Welcome. So of the MkDocs options, and let's go ahead and write these down. I just did a temp file here. Actually, no, let's go ahead and do a thing. Let's do another Z. So let's say options for MkDocs. So the first option, of course, as I said, is you can. Yeah, I'm so glad we got off Hugo. I did a 2-week evaluation of Hugo compared to MkDocs, and I cannot overstate how happy I am that we went with MkDocs, which is becoming the international standard for documentation. If you want to see a really good justification for it, let me show you my favorite new application to go look at. So the Argo project is my current favorite project to look at the source code of, to show a good example of Go code. I've said this many times in the Boost, the best way to learn how to code is to read really, really good code and then emulate that code writing your own stuff that you care about. That by far is the best way to learn. It causes you to do the research as you come to different things. You can look through different code bases strangely enough, the Kubernetes code base is filled with horrible Go code, some of the worst Go code I've ever seen. But the Argo CD project is filled with some really elegantly written, really well written Go code. In fact, I'm kind of getting sidetracked, but I should probably curate a repo or a Z or something that's just like, here are all the projects that have really, really high code standards that are making good use of modern Go and stuff like that. So you can go in there and read them and really learn from them. One of them is Kind, and not really Minikube. Minikube is crap. I mean, the way it's been written is horrible. Hugo, believe it or not, is really bad Go code. It's some of the worst Go code I've ever read. But Argo CD has some really good Go code in it, and they keep up. They're up to 1.19. They've made good practical use of context. All kinds of those little indicators that it's a really great code base to model. And something else to model about the Argo project, which I've been really focused on this last week because we've been setting up Argo. If you don't know what Argo is a Kubernetes thing that does GitOps, which triggers things from Git when you save to Git, right? And it's not necessarily a Kubernetes technology, but it is primarily a Kubernetes technology. And we have deployed Kubernetes. We have deployed Argo to trigger things in our Kubernetes deployments by changes just to Git repos. So, for example, we have like additional namespaces that we need to add for users when we have new users in our kind of our Kubernetes offering for just anybody. And when we have to do that, now all we do is we edit a file in a GitHub repo, git commit, and boom, it adds a brand new namespace with RBAC rules and everything. Hugo is really, really, really old. So the code base needs to be rewritten. So to be doing code reading, I think code reading would be fun. I think that would be a fun monthly activity, because we could go through it together and we could say, well, what do you think of this? How could this have been done more elegantly? The Argo gets to enjoy a little bit of modernity. It's a pretty new application, relatively speaking, to Hugo in particular. So it's got some good code base. But one of the things I wanted to tell you about the modern stuff that's out there is their docs are amazing. I mean, they have some of the best documentation. And I was out there the other day just reading it, and I was like, damn, it's all using MkDocs. And that's the topic here. So let me see if I can find it for you. Where is the open source to learn more? Argo CD. This is what we're using. They have workflows too, which is a different thing. They have an entire like event-driven thing for your entire thing. It's just super cool. If you want to add event-driven architecture to your entire Kubernetes environment, multi-cluster Kubernetes environment, it can do that. It's absolutely brilliant. And I am a huge fan. I haven't hit any bugs yet. Now maybe that'll change after I go through it, right? So I'm trying to find the link to the docs. I think it's here. I don't know. I just went straight to it. Argo workflows, no, Argo CD. Where's the docs? Documentation. Here we go. So they have a nice clean look. I'm going to say something that's controversial here. What else is new? I do think that at a certain level, having web developers involved in a project is a good thing. And you hear me joke all the time about web devs like Linus Torvalds does, about them not being actual developers and stuff. And these days, that's complete bullshit. I mean, this is a very complicated application. It is extremely high quality. The UI is top notch. I mean, I'm not a graphics UI guy, but if you are going to use a graphics UI, this is how and when you would do that. And this is just absolutely beautiful. And so I'm a super big fan of it. And it uses Customize. I don't do Helm charts if I can help it. I really don't like them at all. Anyway, but I wanted you to take a note of this documentation, okay? So this documentation is using MkDocs, and that's the topic. The topic is why use MkDocs, and then what ways are we going to use MkDocs for the boost, and why you might want to use MkDocs for your own stuff. And to be fair, as I've said before, I was asked why I didn't use MkDocs as long as 2 years ago for my Zet stuff. I still believe in the whole KEG, the knowledge exchange grid. I still believe in all of that, and having, a fundamental new approach to knowledge management and sharing. I still believe in all of that, but with the momentum behind MkDocs and its almost exact compatibility with the knowledge exchange grid, it's super hard for me to not fail over to doing a MkDocs thing. QMacro, how are you? It's good to see you, my friend. Argo CD, they really nailed it with the UI. I recently got the GitOps fundamental certificate that Code First provides for Argo CD. Oh, they do? Ooh, a good introduction. I might have to go for that. Yeah, I might have to go for that. Thank you for mentioning that. Appreciate you mentioning that. So what I wanted to say is, so this is, I don't know if you can see this. This is Read the Docs, right? So readthedocs.io has been around for a long time. It's a Python. Originally, it was a Python technology, and they had their own. They were using use MkDocs for my Zets now. No, I do not. And so I use just my Zets right now are just straight up read Markdown. So I will say this: I am actively pursuing being able to convert my zets into a MkDocs site. The site that gets rendered right now is just GitHub Pages default, and so I didn't have to do anything. Like literally, I didn't have to set anything up at all. I just had to put it in the directory and say, hey, I want GitHub Pages, and then it does all the rest for me. And that's why I did it that way, by the way. The reason that every Zet has its own directory is because each of those readmes gets a title, and that, it helps out with the whole thing. So in fact, one of the biggest annoyances of this is that it does not play nicely with a bunch of individual pages that all have their own directories. And so if I make a conversion tool to MkDocs, that will be one of the things that gets converted. And that will largely, I don't know what it'll look like, but it'll probably be some sort of numeric. Some of the decisions they make with MkDocs still annoy me. They're influenced by traditional web development, where you put all your assets in one place. You can put them in your own subdirectory, but it's kind of clunky. And what ends up happening is all of the built-in automatic navigation ends up being screwed up, and it's not as valuable. So let me just break it down for you really quick. So the MkDocs stuff over here, this is the headers of a single page, right? And so they make a lot of basic assumptions about modern web page development that is not compatible with the zettelkasten approach, including multiple headers per page. This entire idea of a web page, right, which is pretty foreign to the zettelkasten kind of approach. But I do have planned. I do want to write my book still using my Zet method, and then have another type of Zet that links together an index that brings together all of these other individual Zets that are managed by themselves, so that you can use composition to create pages that have different content in them based on that section. And that concept is completely foreign to the entire documentation world. Nobody is doing that. No one is doing that. They're using these complicated proprietary templating systems and inclusions and all this other stuff, but none of them have taken the idea of approaching the data itself as its most finite unit, and then composing that stuff into finite products that have their own indexes that include them. So there's a lot about MkDocs and the entire approach that I don't like. MkDocs did replace Gitbook. Gitbook went 100% proprietary. I knew it would, and they ended up doing that. And they actually, MkDocs makes a big stink about that and why they're better for that. Anyway, so over here you have the breakdown. So these would be all the headers in a given table of contents in a given document. I'm going to turn the music off just for a bit. And so that's what we have here. We have the quick start, and so these are the subheadings. So the first thing to notice here is that documentation using this method is very page centric, right? So this stuff over here, it is pretty cool though, because as you scroll down, I don't know if you can see this, but you see how it highlights the one you're currently on. It also does not resize the page properly. It does not put image sizes around the images. So if you use a lot of images, you get that annoying thing where you're down here and it repositions the page for you. Oh, you got the link to thank you for the links. And multi-proven workflows and deployment, leveraging. Oh yeah, okay, I'll have to that. We'll get to that, Dr. Verm. Don't let me forget if I don't forget. So, and then over here, these things are managed through the MkDocs.yaml file, or if you use Awesome Pages, which is a plugin. Argo CD has a really amazing plugin architecture. It's all Python, and it's it's generally slow in the rendering and stuff, but who cares? It's Python, it doesn't need to be fast. Hugo is really fast, so it's a different type of approach. But and so this stuff over here, the way I have organized it, each of these things is its own directory. And then they have a menu item across the top you can do, which I don't have. They don't have theirs activated right now. They also have a navigation at the bottom you can click through if you want to do it that way. So these things are these documentation titles are, they're not using mix. They're using. It's interesting because they're using title case. They're not using it well though. Understanding the basics is not title case. The should be lowercase. Yeah, they've decided to use title case for some reason. And then right here they're using title case, and here they're using the old school case. Which they need to make their mind up. It's actually super annoying because it pulls the titles off of there's like an algorithm, and it'll pull the title off of the first line header of the document in the README file, if there is a readme.md as a default. You can change the readme.md by the way to use index.md if you want. And some stuff I won't get into that, but so these generally equate to directories, right? And then you have a directory under there, and then you have a directory under there, all this stuff. Now, see, if I go to the operations manual, I go to the overview, you'll see that each of these are separate pages. Okay, so and over here are the headers within the page, and it can get pretty hairy. But the important thing to take away from this is that the category organization in this kind of like top downy kind of way, and linking to the zettelkasten from MS. What? Understand how you do search and linking in your zettelkasten? Yeah, we'll talk about search and linking in a second. So, first of all, I have a completely different approach. But speaking of how to navigate the documentation, I don't think there's any question that the most efficient way to do anything is to search. I actually heard, this is a fun kind of side note. Last night I heard, I was driving home from Critical Mass last night after the stream and everything, and I was listening to a sort of a science and tech thing on NPR, and they were talking about how keyboards in China and keyboard input in China is completely dwarfing the entire modern Western approach to entering data. And in China right now, what they have, and this is going to tie into the search thing, I promise. So in China, they have, first of all, they have like 3 different ways of entering data, and the TLDR is that they have decided that, I mean, the younger generation has not even learned some of the older forms of keyboard input. They have typing competitions. They have how fast can you enter the stuff in China. It's a big thing, actually. And so they take import very seriously, and because of that, they've the younger generation has adopted the phonetic alphabet, which I don't know the names of all this stuff. If any of you do know any about this, it's super interesting, but I don't know. And they've adopted this phonetic alphabet, which is easier to type in. And so the younger generation uses that for everything. They use that for their phones. They use it to text. It's just more, it's just easier. And I mean, language in China is very, very complicated questions. It's much more advanced and been around for a lot longer. But the breakthrough has been, because it's been so difficult to enter Chinese characters through the keyboard for so long, that the Chinese in general, backed by the government as others, which is a little bit interesting for other reasons we'll talk about, has instituted. There you go. Is it Steno? Yeah, Pinyin it is, I think, yeah. So the Chinese government and others have instituted what has now been widely adopted as full AI integration into typing. And they are so far ahead of the Western versions of this. And the guy in the podcast, the researcher who was talking about it, he said the best way you can explain this to a Westerner is that thing that happens when you go to search for something, where, whether you're using Microsoft Word or you're using Google or something, when you use Google and you type some stuff in, it tries to autocomplete based on the most recent search engines, the most popular hits and everything. If you're doing it in MkDocs, it does that. If you're doing it in Google, if you're doing it in Android, predictive input, yeah. If you're doing like on a phone, it's you love it, right? Because predictive input is saving you from typing a ton of extra stuff. And so the Zoomers and the alphas, the Gen alphas, the really young people, they're all about predictive input now. In fact, the Chinese have been using more predictive input than anybody else, which makes them on the order of 20 to 40% more efficient than anybody using a QWERTY keyboard, period. Because they have got technology that goes into any of their typing applications that learns about them specifically. Like, what is, like, oh, hey, it looks like you don't know about this actor, that name that you're trying to see, example the researcher used. You're typing in that name, and it sounds like you don't know who this person is. So we'll go check with a million other people who are looking, and it will complete it. And you're like, oh yeah. So the suggestion is that you have this basically this AI that's next to you, that's co-writing with you, and it's constantly making suggestions to you, and that is opening up all kinds of new questions, because who's suggesting that they should be there? I mean, the other day, for example, when I was using predictive stuff on my Google phone, it kept suggesting this one thing that I was trying to write, and I was like, that is not it. Stop doing that. And I tried to write the other thing, and it just wouldn't let me. It kept fighting me. It kept saying, no, that's not what you want. You want this other thing, which is this huge issue that's a separate topic, and somebody else will talk about another day. I don't want to talk about it right now. But because the suggestions that are coming from AI, whether it be, open ChatGPT or any of the AIs or predictive things or Google algorithms or Chinese, based typing assists, they're all going to be like, how much are they going to be shaping what ends up getting written? Period. Because they're going to give you who's making the suggestions, what AI is doing, all that stuff. But the reason that I brought this up is that ChatGPT predictive input is probably the closest. So the reason I brought this up is that the very method of input in China in particular has really taken off way more than in the West, because of the keyboard challenges they have for other sorts of input. So China in general, according to this researcher, is far ahead of us and everybody else in how they do typing input. And so they are on the order to 20 to 40% more efficient with their input. In general, that means if you take the same person writing code or writing text or anything, they're going to be 20 to 40% more efficient at putting data into their documents, because they get so used to the predictive text algorithm that has been ultimately customized for them and stuff, that they type, instead of typing any entire words, they type like a few characters on the words, and they're just hitting tab or whatever to complete all the time. So most of the stuff that they're doing is completing. It's like the same idea with the bot. What's the Microsoft bot? It is auto completion. It's auto completion on steroids is what he called it, because it's not just auto completion. It's auto completion that is intelligent, and that's based on you or somebody else's suggestions and stuff. So I think Bard is one. Yeah, I've heard of that one. And Andre saying there's Gboard that is, there is one that does not use it. If you don't want to use it, there are ways to do it. But so this is going to be the method of input, and it's already, I mean, the coding people have already been talking about this, right? Because they start typing the beginning of a function. It's like, well, 9 times out of 10 you're going to want all this. And frankly, I've been using Microsoft Word at Office and the email client for work, because I have to, and it's pretty damn good at guessing what I wanted to say. And so, this gets into the whole ChatGPT thing and the whole AI assisted anything debate, and I don't want to go there. I just want to say that the main reason I talked about all of this AI related stuff, how's it going, Moon Damon? Maybe people are privacy centric, is all of this predictive text and stuff, this AI driven input, is having tremendous impact on the speed at which we do our input. In this case, the Chinese keyboard thing now becomes kind of a moot point, because, and they're beating, according to this researcher, they're beating us already in how fast they can put stuff into a thing. But the reason I brought it up with regard to MkDocs is because all of it is fundamentally built around a new workflow that I call searchability. A searchability based workflow that has kind of started since the beginning of the Omnibox, right? And and this goes for everything. And actually, this is a part of the boost. There's an entire section of the boost where we talk about what I call search centricity, which is learning how to get answers quickly and navigate. Okay, so for example, let me give you a quick example of this, and this is going to relate back to MkDocs, I promise. So let me give you an example. I need to change my display settings. Okay, now I have a number of options to me to go change my display settings. One of the options would be to go search through my menus and stuff. This is why I think that the desktop, people fight about what desktop is better and more efficient, and I just laugh. I'm like, the one that has the best search engine. So they all have it. They all have it now, right? So on Windows, and as soon as you learn how to do this the quickest, you'll be better. I cannot even tell you where the display settings are on my computer. All I know is I can type this, and I can type display, and I hit enter, and I have my arrangement multiple displays. I could never navigate to that thing because I have no idea where it is, and it took me less than 1 second to pull it up. That is search centricity, and that's what's going to make you more efficient. And that is also the basis of all this AI autocompletion stuff. So if you take it's like how fast you can think, yeah, right. Swiping input is also, yeah, it is pretty fast. So China has all the data for the West. Yeah, that's true. The researcher actually talked about the difference between China and the West. There's a whole kind of appendix to the document, to the piece that they did, where they talked about whether it's a good thing or not. And so, but I cannot tell you where the display setting is, but because this is search centric, I don't need to know. If I want to know weather, weather. So, and a lot of beginners actually don't even know about this. When you see beginners using it's when you watch young children using an iPad, I actually think that this is one of the things that using a phone or an iPad as your first device is actually going to help with the Gen Alpha and some of the other really young generations, because they've automatically learned to search for things. They don't necessarily know how to get to that thing, and that can be a bad thing. I once taught a homemaker, a mother, some technology, and she didn't have any concept of a tree-based structure for directories because she'd been using a Mac with recent items the whole time, and she didn't even know about it. So trying to teach her HTML and organization of the directories based on content, and I had to back all the way up and go, okay, this is how you do a tree-based structure. I couldn't leverage, the file system hierarchy as a means of teaching how to organize content on the web, like we see with the slashes in this URL. So I had to back all the way up because she had already, and she was probably Gen X. She had already been impacted by the searchability UI or the search centric UIs. Our entire world is based on how fast can you search for a thing. And now that we have conversational UIs, I can actually pull up on my phone and I could say, what is the blah, 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 and it'll show it to me right away. I don't even have to think about it. I just have to ask the question. And that's only going to get better with AI. And that was the reason I brought in the whole China thing. So honestly, this was also based on somebody mentioned, well, what about, I don't see how you're searching and linking from Zet, right? So what I'm trying to say is that linking between things, hyperlinking in general, is an outmoded idea about navigation. In fact, I'm going to contend that hyperlinking is broken boomer tech that will eventually go away. And so other than addressing to get you into the entry points of different things here, hyperlinking directly to individual pieces of document, and Tim Berners-Lee agrees. He was actually railing on people that use substantial URLs with actual, content in them, because you can't change that content if the name of the title of this document changed. You have to change it to something else, which is why, that's all going to. But what is important is searchability. So if you come in here, and this is where we get back to MkDocs. Okay, so MkDocs. Yeah, or you could just search to the query. So Maluba's getting to what I think the future is, right? So I don't think the future is going to be hard linking to specific documents ever. I think eventually we're going to move completely away from that, especially with the ChatGPT stuff. And the new version of knowledge management and knowledge exchange is going to be linking to queries. So, and the reason that that's important is because let's watch what happens here. If I say Argo CD and I want to look for workflows, right? So first of all, we'll get back to this, but I want to show you all this stuff that I just typed in is all indexed locally. So if I was on my phone, it would find it even if I didn't have an internet connection. So that's the reason MkDocs is. So this is something I've always wanted to build into my interface. I had that started. I had a progressive web app that I had built like 5 years ago. for a version of one knowledge base that I did, and it was this kind of thing. It would take the headers and everything, and it would store them all up locally on your phone so that they show up immediately. And this is the primary reason I showed you all this, is because GNN based knowledge graphs. Yeah. MS Bing is into something like query linking. Yes, query linking. So what's that? What are you saying there, Tony File? Know why the predictions work better on phones Chinese. So let's say type blah, blah, blah. If I type, I get a lot of recommendations, but they also discrete and compact. Ooh, interesting. That's very interesting. So the searchability, the search centricity of the MkDocs stuff is already built into MkDocs, right? And this is built into this beautiful application that has actually shows you snippets from every one of those hits, right? Even better than Google would, but similar to what Google would do. And this is built into your documentation. So you come into your workflows and let's say use case supporter for application set controller. So if I just hit workflows and just hit enter, it doesn't do anything, right? Because it's still trying to find something. No, you got to pick something. Now, I think that there's still more to do here. You click on workflows here and it takes you to the exact page where it is, right? And they've got some stuff turned off. They're not showing the latest search results hits. But I think I'm just going to finish the rest of that rabbit hole. I think the future is going to be linking to search criteria. That's going to be the thing. And that every site will have built-in searchability eventually. And MkDocs is headed that way, right? Because if you want to go and you want to just, the reason that's nice is because you don't care where this stuff lives on the site. You know this stuff is on the site someplace. And if you have any categorization at all, you have generally like sweeping large amounts of categorization. And then you could link to searches that are only in that subcategorization. So that'll get you in on the chapter or the topic or whatever. And that's going to be the future. Hyperlinking is broken because, I mean, this is you can go read about it, but Tim Berners-Lee himself is like, hyperlinking is broken because, and he's suggesting that we should be linking to numbers and identifiers that have no relevance whatsoever in text, because anytime you want to change anything with that data resource, it breaks it. And if you go look at XKCD, I just can't resist going down this, but XKCD has got this exact situation installed, right? So at XKCD, they have like all of these different, if you want to go to anyone, I'm trying to pull up the full version of this. Here we go. So XKCD 2575. So XKCD has just chosen to index each of the content things with a number, and you don't know it's towed message, right? So he could change the title anytime he wants, right? So this is the kind of thing that Tim Berners-Lee has justified and talked about doing. That is the way the web was intended to be used. This long URL that breaks immediately if anybody changes the title was never the intent, and has been one of the main reasons that the World Wide Web in this current state is totally broken, because hyperlinks are shit. They're absolute shit. They always were shit. And for some reason, we didn't figure that out. We should have been linking to a search-centric world where you would search for. So if somebody changed the title or they moved it, you would return the results, right? But back in the time, everything was static, and the idea of having embedded search engines within each resource was not a thing. There wasn't even the larger version of search centricity. Cool URLs don't change. Yeah. Some sort of standardization would be needed for education infrastructure is out of date. Yeah, that's true too. One of the things we can do with LLM for student homework is to make unique problems. Yep. Hardware constraint back in the days. Yes. I always think of the Vulkan teaching bowls in there. Newer moves. Some issues with wikis, to be honest. Wikis just suck for knowledge management. They absolutely do. Because you have wikis is a totally different thing, and I could complain about that all day. You have this antagonistic relationship between all the people authoring the wikis. The wikis get out of date. Nobody knows. People are afraid they can't change things, can't link to things, and people over here are linking to things. So somebody earlier asked why I don't have a lot of linking, and what do you do about searchability in your Zet? And in my zettelkasten entries, I do have relative linking to other things, but relatively speaking, I don't like using it, because I want to promote a world where we link to search bars and to search criteria, which won't ever break, They will never break because the document might change. Maybe there was a new document written that covers the same material that's more updated, and you want to isolate the search criteria. Maybe you want to get just that version of it or something. That should be a search criteria. It should not be a categorization or a hard link or a static, URL. And MkDocs gets us pretty damn close to that. And so that's one of the reasons I like it. I'm going to use it for my book writing. So the decision with regard to the boost about MkDocs is, do I just write, my documentation like I've been doing for work every day, straight up in MkDocs format, or do I continue to write it in my zettelkasten? Do I write it in translation layer, which I will have? Or do I use my zettelkasten tool as intended, which is just as a place to go for data that you then copy and paste into more final forms of your stuff? That was Lumen's intent completely from the zettelkasten approach, was always to be a way to make something else better and to write books from it, to write papers from the zettelkasten. But the zettelkasten content itself was never intended to be the final form for the stuff. And that, to this day, is the reason that I have not spent a lot of time rendering my zettelkasten as a blog. And GitHub Pages rendering that I have right now, if you go to my Zet right now, was kind of free, right? Because it just takes whatever the current organization is and just uses it. But as you can see, these are all individually. This is when the last update. This is an index that was made from it. But these Zets, as you can see, they're all based on numbers, and they are sort of blog posts, but not really. I regularly go into them and I change them up. That's an entirely separate topic about using Zet, and what we want to do with that. So this is mostly my notes. I query this all the time. Even though I do have kind of a web interface on it using the default GitHub Pages right now, I wouldn't consider this a final form for some sort of book or blog or anything that I would want to do, but I would definitely draw from it. The really great thing about a zettelkasten is you don't have to give any mental energy to, should I write this here or there or anywhere. You just start writing. And first thing you do is you do a search to see if I've already written something about that. And then you go update that, right? And you don't sweat it. You just go and you update it. It takes a lot of the cognitive overhead out of the equation when it comes to when you have a thought. And you kind of want to get that taken care of really fast so you can move on with the rest of your life. And for a guy who's easily rabbit holed like me, as you all will protest, it's really great to focus on that. It's great to focus on what you're thinking about in the mainstream. The danger of that, though, is that our brains are naturally designed to be tangential in our thought processes. So we will, you'll have an idea while you're in the middle of your work task, and you're like, God, it's a cool thing I just discovered. So you'll make a little note over in your zettelkasten, and that'll trigger another one, and pretty soon you got like 5 Zets written, right? Well, at least if you use the zettelkasten method, you can kind of write those really quickly with 1 or 2 lines, and you can let them go. And that's the important thing. You can let them go. You can let those thoughts go and come back to them and refresh them, or not. And then you can come back to your task at hand. And so you can, when you have those ideas, you can capture them really quickly so that you can search them. And the knowledge exchange grid is just this concept of having that real-time live knowledge available for other people to query if they wanted to as well. And then the idea of the final form, and this is where MkDocs comes in, is you take those random ideas, some of which you may abandon and delete later. It was just a wild thought that you had, and you're like, no, this is really stupid. So you can either make an update in there saying, man, what was I thinking on this? Or you can say, just delete the whole thing and say, but I actually usually leave them around so that when other people find them and say, look, I had that thought too, and here's where I ended up landing with that. I ended up deciding that this was not good for the following reasons, because so many people are going to have the same ideas, and when they see that you went through the same thought process, you don't have to hit them with the conclusion in the face and say, this and this, WSL2 sucks. And they're like, what do you mean it sucks? I was like, well, if you'd been following my Zet and my progression along, the last 2 years, you'd see why I arrived at that conclusion. And I don't necessarily, if it's in my Zet, I don't necessarily have to make a video about it. I can, or if I do want to make a video because I get so many questions, I can go back and mine my Zet and say, here's all my experiences with the Zet over the last 2 years. And I can make them nice and clean and put them into a blog post that then gets indexed by the internet and I can send other people to and say, well, I think it sucks. And they're like, well, why do you think that? And I send them a link, right? Or a search query against my Zet, right? One of those two kind of ways of doing it. So that is kind of an explanation of my zettelkasten process. And yeah, I tend to write things down. Patrick says, I tend to write things down in one Zet that expand until they don't need to be broken out. So I have the filter command to push those lines out and replace them with a link. Yeah, that's a smart idea, Patrick. Yeah. I know that when my Zets get bigger than a page of screen, that they're too big. And one of the artificial limitations I feel strongly that you need to put on yourself, if you're going to follow the zettelkasten method, is how much would you be able? Lumen very directly talks about this. The reason he uses a half of an 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper, which is half of a regular size printer paper, that's the size of his slip. The zettel. And he deliberately does that because the constraint on size forces you to think, I should probably have another settle for this. And so if you start writing more than that, right, which is fine, you probably have more than one core topic in there. And you can have multiple paragraphs with topical sentences in the paragraphs, but they're still largely related to one idea, one primary idea, one composable, aggregatable idea. And so then if you take that idea and you break it out, it's my hardest struggle is with things that are like sequential, right? So sometimes I'll come up with like, here's the 5 reasons that you should do X or Y. And each of those reasons, do you put that in a Zet that's like only a few lines long, or and then you try to like marry them all back together in a Zet that brings them together? That's what Lumen would have done. Or do you put them all into a single file, right? And that is a struggle, but I don't give it too much thought. I just start writing it. And if the list grows to be something longer later, I'll use that shorter version, that Zet with the shorter version as an index, and I'll link out to the other thing. But then the question then becomes, well, how are you going to have anything that other people can digest this once it's not in a zettel? And that's where MkDocs and things like that come in. Is I've been really kind of lured into wanting to use my zettel stuff as the final form and create zettels that are more polished that I can compose back together and create actual documents out of it. But right now I'm feeling the pull in multiple directions. Like I feel like that is kind of out of scope for the Zet tool that I made, because that is document composition, that's book writing and stuff like that. And I honestly, the more I think about it and the more I experience MkDocs and tools like it, the more I feel like if I were managing these projects, I would have them be independent. So I'm kind of moving away. Earlier in the year, I said I was going to write 5 books, and the books before I got onto the health stint thing, I said I was going to write 5 books and I was going to use my Zet tool to write the books, right? And so I redid Pagan and a bunch of other things to get to the point where I could compose my Zets together into a book, with lead paragraphs and everything. And I haven't completely abandoned that idea. I'm still sort of fleshing it out, but keep it simple, sister, right? I think that I might have been a little bit of cute stuff, to use Ryan Dahl's term for stuff that you should avoid. And that maybe I should have focused entirely on the organization of the Zets, the cleanup of the Zets, the reminders that, hey, you have Zets that are old, you should go look at them and delete them. Those are more critical things to do with regard to managing a zettelkasten, and kind of chop off any of the stuff that I was going to do to use the zettelkasten as directly as source for a book, right? So then I could link together. Not to mention the fact that as soon as I do that, now I've got these concrete organizations that are pulling in these Zets, right? So I can't be as messy in those Zets anymore because now that Zet's a part of something more formal. So I'm kind of glad that I got this kind of interruption, and that's caused me to to separate that, because that allows me to make a nice clean line in the sand that says, okay, this is all zettelkasten stuff, even though it's got pretty titles and stuff, and this is final form stuff, and that gets us back onto the topic of MkDocs in Boost. So I was going to write a book for Boost. I still want to write that book, but how am I going to write that book? Well, I was going to write zettelkastens before, right? I can still use zettels to capture ideas and stuff, and I can copy and paste those ideas out of the zettels, right? And then I can put them just as if they were on cards, just if they were on little slips of paper, just like in Lumen's thing. And then I can put that into a final form, a book, a digital book that is in MkDocs. So that's where I'm coming. Continue to set in multiple slips. He would run out of a slip and he'd put on the end, he'd put link to this other slip, right? Yeah. I mean, Lumen made his own cheats, and I feel like that justifies our making our own cheats in the digital world as well, such as, I don't know, keyword searching, for example. So I do think that, I'm sorry to slow this along. I didn't have time to write your short one. Yes. Classic. Man, I missed you streams. Kritzko says, I was thinking about making a set too. Nice. This is why you're wrong. For me, I tend to write things down in one set and expand. Okay, we got that. Continue to set multiple slips. Yes. And when you're ready to write a blog post, you would just search your set for the topic and idea. Related topics will pop up. Yes. Who. So it sounds like y'all are in agreement with this kind of conclusion I've been making. I'm just glad to read. I guess the future would be to use yours as to train a language model and get a neural network to do the polishing. Damn, I hadn't even thought of that. I had thought of like adding AI to my Zet stuff. What the thing that's really cool is, can you imagine a zettelkasten you've been maintaining for 50 years, since the beginning of writing, since you started writing, right? You've been maintaining a zettelkasten since the entire time, and you train an AI on that. And then anytime you start to write a document or an essay or a book title or a chapter or an email, imagine the AI, the writing assistant, going out to your full body, your second brain, as they call it, going out to your full body of knowledge and populating all of that stuff into what you're writing in your final form, in your documents, your email or something. So instead of having to go mine your Zet using searchability like we do in MkDocs, which right now I have searchability in Zet, but it's through grep and it's through the command line, right? And somebody might want that in another form. But right now I can easily search, but I have to search by keyword and stuff. If I could add predictive text that had AI, intimate knowledge of my own writing, it could start to pick up, my assistant could pick up on my stuff. So it would be my personal AI that's been built off my own knowledge base, or not just mine. Maybe I do the keg thing, the knowledge exchange thing, and I've subscribed to like 10, 20, 30 other people's Zets. And I want my predictive knowledge assistant to be sourced from that. Now you've been able to say, it can take quite as long to get rid of your expletives. Yeah, you'd have to stop swearing in your Zets. That's true. It's a good point. It would be enough for 5-10 years of commitment in your zettelkasten and take no team. That would be literally emerge the so-called second brain. I mean, it really would. I know. Interesting thing about large-scale language models like GPT and BARD is you can prioritize input to but also augment on collective human knowledge. Yeah. So if you take the idea of the knowledge exchange grid, which originally was, hey, I want to control my search terms, which I still want to do. And the only way to do that is to say, I want to only follow these people, so that you can limit the number of people that you follow, and that we all have some sort of similar idea. I mean, right now, if you were to use the web for that, we would have to say, we'd basically have to build our own private search engines that point to, the information from multiple people's websites, and we would use only the web for that. The knowledge exchange grid took it a little bit step further, and it said, okay, we are all going to use the same format. And then right now, the one thing on the knowledge exchange grid that I'm kind of like backing away from, that is a huge thing that reality is kind of set in, and it's kind of annoying me, is that the web's not going anywhere. And the idea of knowledge exchange, I think what we're going to end up needing with ChatGPT and with the search algorithms that exist today, I think what's going to happen, I mean, more and more, is that my assumption that we can get everybody who wants to participate in the knowledge exchange grid to actually document their stuff in the same way and have that be a universal standard is kind of naive. It's not just kind of, it's like really naive. And that that the solution for the knowledge exchange grid, the idea of isolating individual sources, can still be applied even if somebody chooses to do their entire thing as a blog and somebody over here their entire thing is some other thing or some other thing, whatever. And the solution is probably going to be personalized, AI-driven search engines that mine content that you tell it to mine. And so then you would be able to continue to use the existing content that's out there. The disadvantage of that is you can't do the offline content kind of thing. But you kind of still could. So let's say somebody wanted to publish their content without using the World Wide Web or FTP or something. There's nothing that says that you couldn't have a crawler, a personal crawler that also looks at FTP sites or SSH sites, right? So one of the things that's just, I'm glad I kind of stepped away from the knowledge exchange grid. And by the way, there's kind of just as a side note here, it's important that everybody step away from their pet project for a while. I mean, a while, like a month or two, because if you don't, you'll be so sucked into that pet project that you think that you have to do it that way. And it doesn't give you the freedom to come back and look at it with fresh eyes and say, wow, am I really going down the right path here? And one of the things about the knowledge exchange grid that has really been an eye opener, and it doesn't really tank the project, but it's really opened my eyes, and it's the AI stuff, the ChatGPT stuff, the crawlers that are happening right now. I have, the amazing ability to just do crawling with just Go code. Argo CD is so good at using the Kubernetes API for things that it probably shouldn't. And that kind of fed the idea of, making a tool that's intelligent. Basically injecting intelligence or algorithmic intelligence or whatever you want to call it into my own personal assistant, that then I say, okay, I want that person's FTP data. I want that person's SSH project. I want this person's GitHub project. I want this person's knowledge exchange grid. I want this person's, zettelkasten keg, etc. And then having and investing time in building a tool that can digest data from multiple sources that I control. So that would be the fulfillment, which is the overarching goal of immediately available search-centric results of a knowledge base that I control. That is the goal. And the big learning moment I've had is that does not require everybody to comply. It doesn't. And that would also allow us to search UUCP news groups. How many people would love to be able to limit their search to just the Linus Torvalds entries in the UUCP news groups, right? Well, there's no way that stuff is ever going to land in KEG of any kind. But you could put that intelligence into a single app, right? And I probably am going to go ahead and say it. There's somebody who already took the name Mimir, but that is going to be the name of the tool eventually that I start working on. My own individualized search engine will probably be called MIM. And what it will do is it will cache, all of this stuff, and then it will have like a lightweight web interface, mobile app interface that can query it into your private thing. It's called Mim, as in Mimir, the god of knowledge, the severed head the Norse god used to carry around and give him answers to everything. And I've already registered Mim. I think I let Mim lapse. I'll have to go back and see if I can get it again. But somebody else already took it. Anyway, so hey, how's it going? A little bit of reading here from the chat. I saw someone using LMTTL written text could use that to convert everyone to a common format. Yeah. It is, so it wouldn't be hard. I think it is. Do we make a port for Python? I think MkDocs should be ported for Python. It says this is around it here. Yes. Email to boss. Hi boss. Today I completed the last task that was assigned to me. Kick test. It's written in Go. Yeah. I've written my Zet stuff in Go and Bash. Get rid of JavaScript Rust. I am still around. Yes, I am still around. I'm doing other things that you don't necessarily want to watch, like sweating. You put that into a robot, and the new U was born. Yes, Apache Lucerne on steroids. Kind of. Yes. This sounds amazing. Meanwhile, hundreds of developers are still fighting the values containing common CSV. But one of the thing about the whole MIM, or the idea of writing it's going to be super important that I do the pagan stuff. The pagan stuff becomes even more important because what does pagan do? Pagan lets me define the domain specific grammar format of anything. So I can take anything and I can say, here's the format I want to break it down into, and I can create a consistent AST out of that, and then do the documentation formatting. Without that, none of this stuff is possible. So there. All the tools are in Git. Yeah. The zettelkasten stuff is under keg right now, keg or KN, and the reason for that was because I wanted to make the knowledge net, or for knowledge, right? To tell you the truth, I actually like typing KN instead of Zet. No, I know. I do. If you want to see me sweating, watch me when I stream to the Zwift channel. That's when you'll see me over here sweating and stuff. And I will continue to be doing that a lot. So yeah, all this stuff is in GitHub. Currently, I renamed my Zet command to KN. And keg or KN, and the reason for that was because I was kind of trying to make the two go together. But after this kind of like wake up moment, the tool is going to be called Zet, and I'll probably change KN. I don't know. I have mixed feelings on that because KN is easier to type. So I've been using KN a lot on my laptop, and then I've been using Zet for everything else. You ain't Zet. No, I'm not. So back to MkDocs, right? So this is kind of my justification for going back to a specific MkDocs thing, and I tried to show you this as an example of MkDocs. You see here this little thing. This is super important to the decisions about your MkDocs deployment. So as I've said before, let's go into the options for MkDocs. So there, one of them is put all your content, you can do, trigger, dynamic GitOps, dynamic, builds, from, repo content. So that's one. Another option for MkDocs is to, dynamically, serve all changes immediately. They call this dev mode. We have this activated at work. We just have, because it's kind of not as robust and it runs its own kind of limited server, we have it, we have two pods that serve up the same stuff. So if one of the pods is not responsive, it does it. Really cool thing about that particular mode is if you can build a super lightweight Kubernetes app that just uses the default images for MkDocs and with the plugins in it, and you can serve up content immediately. You don't have to do anything. Now, you really can't do that unless, if you want it to be safe, you can't do that unless you put it behind Istio or something that's got TLS termination. So if you don't know what that means, don't worry. Most people are not going to want to use dev mode. It doesn't have a cert. It's just, the dev mode is designed to be running locally so that you can see what your final form of your code your thing is gonna look like, so that as you're writing your prep, maybe even if you do a PR, that you can do whatever you want to. The dev mode local version of MkDocs is looking at the content that you're writing right now, right? And it's showing you in real time on the web, so you can go to that web page and look it up. Which you can do lots of different ways. You don't have to have MkDocs for that, but you can do that with browser sync and any number of tools. But that's just, MkDocs has got that built in. But if you want to, you can actually use that. Hugo's got this too. You can use that as a final way to serve up your documentation, depending on the volume of hits you're going to be getting. Most of you are not going to want to do that. It requires you have a server, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Most of you are going to want to have your stuff served up from GitHub Pages for free, or from Netlify for free. By the way, when would you pick Netlify over GitHub Pages? Right now, the only real answer there is if you want any kind of form processing, which you currently cannot do on GitHub without quite a bit of additional stuff. You can do it on Netlify for free. You can have a form and it will process the data input and it will put it in a CSV file, and you can go look at the file. So that's a real quick TLDR about why and how you would use GitHub Pages over Netlify. It used to be that the CDN for Netlify was enough justification to do that. GitHub Pages also takes at least 30 seconds, if not longer, for you to see it. So I used to use GitHub Pages as a way to teach web development without a local preview method of any kind. So I had kids using it. They would save to GitHub. They would actually use the GitHub editor. I didn't even teach in VI. They would use the GitHub editor. And that's what this does. If you click on that, that'll open up GitHub. I don't want you to see my password. Please don't look. Actually, I'm going to have to use my other. Just give me a second here. I want you to see this, but I can't do this off screen. So I have to do this. It's gonna want my USB thing. I'm trying to see if I have it. Yeah. Okay, I have it. Okay, good. I have to be careful because I don't want that thing to use security key. Yes. All right, so we are in now. You need to fork repository. Okay, so this is interesting. All right, so this is the first time I've seen what it does when you don't own the repo. Hey, how are you? So you would click. It's been a spark to watch streak. Thank you, Matt. So you come in here and you can fork the repo. You can actually change the documentation like directly, and that is, if you're on a team, that's like really valuable, right? Man, where'd it go? Argo CD documentation. And the reason I find that interesting is that as we going into the Beginner Boost, which is the reason we're here today, we can actually all contribute to the documentation on the Beginner Boost. And that means if somebody sees a typo or something, it is as easy as clicking on the link, forking their changes over and sending a PR to me, and we just add their PR, and then they get credit for contribution to the boost, in terms of like, they can see it. Now, just a disclaimer, I'm assuming full knowledge ownership of any contribution to any of the documents that are written for the boost, simply because I want the ability to publish these as paper without having to go through a bunch of authorizations for that. So any contribution, if you do decide to do that later, is considered for the sake of IP, is considered my intellectual property, even if you wrote a PR and committed it. And there will be a disclaimer for that. So if I ever do publish any content, the money would be coming in from the books, and it would go back to the stream and back to the boost, and that's what it would be funding. But it's just easier to manage it that way. If you don't want to contribute because you don't like those terms, don't contribute, or just tell me something needs to be fixed. So, all right, read the docs. Here we go. Back to the read the docs here. Let's see. Can you see that? Okay. Signing CQ. And Windows IP, and you can't use that. That's not true. Don't scare people. But see, here's the fact. There's a couple of things about this that I want to, a couple more justifications using MkDocs. But let me finish this thought on the different ways. So the final way to use MkDocs is to build the a final MkDocs content directory, I guess, from source. So this is where you have a source repo. It's local, right? And in my case, and I'm going to do mine as a docs, right? Usually, the docs directory is automatically identified as one of the places to put your documentation for a GitHub project. So this actually plays really nice with repos that have it in that way. In fact, if you go look at my documentation for, let me just show you. So if I go to GitHub and if you look at the Zet documentation, you'll see that I use the docs directory for this. And so here we have docs, and the reason for this is so that you can have your documentation included with your application. And I think that's kind of an anti-pattern going for the most part, because when you have new commits and stuff, you can't automatically queue up all those commit messages into release notes using one of the conventional commits, which is a thing that I want to talk about later. Somebody brought that up this week, and we had kind of a debate about it, and I've been convinced to try it. And if you want to see it, that's a different topic, but if you want to see what that looks like, go look at the Argo CD repo commit history. It's really amazing. And anyway, so the docs directory has become a standard place, and then you go into your GitHub pages and look at your settings there. Let me make sure I'm not doxing anything here. I got to be more careful about that. But I want to show you where the GitHub pages is set up here without doxing anything else. So let me make sure there's nothing getting doxed here. Danger zone, no. Squash merge commits, no. Sponsors of social media, here we go. Code spaces pages, there we go. Custom domain, get a better price. All right, so let me show you this. So I clicked on the little settings button over here, and then down here, so this is the answer to the question, how are you publishing this stuff as a website without even writing any HTML at all? And this is how. So GitHub Pages uses Jekyll, which is one of the first static site generators that is in existence. I would make the argument that might have been the actual first one used, en masse. It was written originally by Tom, who author of TOML as well, and one of the original founders of GitHub. And they, did this, right? When this was originally, and this is something I'm kind of proud of. When they originally did this, they did GitHub Pages, and you had to have a separate branch, and you had to name a specific branch for your documentation. And the way they did it is they managed all the documentation on a separate branch. And that always bothered me, because it was like, I would deal with beginners. I was like, they don't want to understand how to branch and everything. So I actually opened a PR like more than 10 years ago, probably 13 years ago, and said, it'd be really great if you had a standard place to put documentation for these repos. And that was the /docs directory. And I'm sure other people made the recommendation, but they actually took, whether or not I don't know for sure whether they actually took my recommendation, but I actually submitted a suggestion saying, please put /docs within the main branch, because going to a separate branch is annoying. And they did. They added it so you can add /docs here. And that's still in the main branch. And then you can have your Jekyll thing. And this is the page development workflow. You can actually do all kinds of crazy cool things with Jekyll if you want to do that. I just wanted something simple. They have Jekyll themes you can add. The Jekyll themes are pretty limited. They're not bad, right? But they are pretty limited. I'm going to blame Jekyll for the first version of Front Matter, which is a horrible idea. When they put YAML or whatever, TOML at the top of an otherwise Markdown document, which confuses the shit out of most things that deal with Markdown. And I hate it. I won't use it. It's one of the reasons I like MkDocs so much. MkDocs there are plugins for that, but MkDocs uses the content as content. So any of the other things go in the MkDocs.yaml file, or if you use the Awesome Pages plugin, an individual .pages directory file that goes inside of the same directory with everything else. And that's where your meta content goes. So that you have pure content. And that is something that I really appreciate. So let's see here. Let's go back to Argo CD. So the last way that we'll talk about doing it is making your own final docs content directory. So what you could do is you could actually have the source code and the docs directory in the same place, and you can set up your own automated cron job or watch daemon or something that automatically runs MkDocs builds on the source code and puts the output into the docs directory, right? And that output is going to be, highly, subject to change, I suppose is the word. HTML. It's the final form of HTML that gets rendered in there, right? There was a time when I thought that mixing HTML with the markdown so that anybody who was out of sight could actually change the / to be /readme.md and they could get the original markdown was a good idea. I personally am moving away from that idea now in the face of the search centricity tools like MIM and ChatGPT and things like that. It's not as important that the end user be able to get to the content in a markdown form. The more important thing is that they can get the answers that they want and have it parsed out properly. And to give you an example of that, let's do another search here for workflow. As you can see, it already does that. Look, it even shows you workflow, the beginning of the word that was typed. To me, that's more important in terms of like final digestion of the content from the user's perspective. So the reason I mentioned that is because we're talking about the docs directory, and at the time I was like, if we put the docs thing over here and we make this like rendered version of the site, and we have our source code over here, we have this sort of redundancy, we have twice the size of content, and these other considerations. And this is thinking of it in terms of like, well, how are we going to cache this entire site to my own directory? And I was kind of annoyed that if I wanted, because back then the idea of Keg was that we would replicate somebody else's remote site completely in its entirety, right? We would say, or we replicate their indexes or something, right? And that Keg, whatever the Keg tools would have knowledge of those formats. But if you think about it in terms of dismissing the format and putting more intelligence into the thing doing the collection and caching, you have a much more sustainable model, because now so let's say somebody comes out with yet another format, right? We can add that intelligence as a plugin or as a core function to MIM or to whatever this primary thing is. And then it can go out and do the searching. You can even add it, and then it could even add AI to the top of it if you wanted to, some processing on it. And so you can add intelligence to your assistant as to how to digest the information, and you're not limited by any specific content type. And to me, as of this moment, that approach to caching and creating searchable content that auto-completes when I type, and think that beats out this sort of pie in the sky dream that replacing the internet with organized content is a thing. It's just never happening. So based on that, I am okay with the docs directory being a highly proprietary themed, web thing. But I would suggest that this format for content, so we have an example of this already right here. So if you look at add a Jekyll theme, right? So this format for documentation has become this sort of stylistic approach to documentation has become the standard. The Hugo, it's funny because the leading Hugo theme that some other team within our company has deployed is basically trying to make it look like MkDocs. and this has long been the format, right? So GitHub Pages was kind of doing stuff like this before. If you look at the read the docs stuff, this is everything on read the docs uses the same idea. You got your stuff over here, you got your stuff, this is a third thing. You have your menus across the top and you have your main content. This has become the standard, and it's for organizing, content. And the thing that's great about that is that if you are in another, area, you can read it in a different organization. And so then we have, we have the same, and then this is something else that's become standard is this idea of a call out, or in MkDocs terms, it's called an admonition, which is an extension to the Markdown language that I don't particularly like how they did it, but that's how they did it. So this third method is building the final docs from the content directory from source. So let me just review the pros and cons of each one of these, and then we'll talk about why I'm going to go with probably the trigger GitOps one in the long term. Let's do these in order. We'll do them in order. Okay, so dynamically serve the changes immediately in dev mode. You probably want to set that up anyway so that you can preview what you're doing before you commit it to GitHub. And that gives you, if you change themes or you add plugins or something like that, all of that, shows up. And so I think that's the way to do it. Now, how do you deploy that? Do you deploy it as a Docker container or as a Kubernetes cluster? I mean, you're just running standalone process. That's kind of a different question, and we will get to that hopefully a little bit today. We have about 40 minutes left today. Do we build a final MkDocs contact directory from source? Yes, and that is again playing on top of the dev mode thing. So when I get my docs all to the places I want to do it, I run MkDocs build, and then that boom, it populates the docs directory. And if I do a git diff or whatever, it's gonna status, it'll show that all of that new stuff has been changed, has been rendered, and then I can do a git push, right? And then GitHub Pages doesn't have to do anything extra because GitHub Pages is designed to use HTML as is if there's no README files there. So right now my Zet is using README files, and it's converting those into indexed HTML files when it gets rendered and shows them. And that's why it takes 30 seconds or so from the time you commit to the time you see it, because it has to re-render all the stuff you've changed. But if you're actually submitting HTML files, Jekyll, which is powering GitHub Pages, actually uses the code. It uses that actual code as is. And I know this because I've done several deployments to do that. That then gets deployed to GitHub, which then gets deployed to GitHub Pages, which now has a worldwide CDN. So you don't have to be worried about slow delivery speeds from multiple different locations. The performance is pretty damn fast. Netlify is still faster. So if you want to go, let me just make a plug for Netlify really quick. If you want to go ahead and go the extra step and use Netlify, there used to be a bunch of static site hosting services out there, and they were kind of competitive. There's what's the one with the Walrus? I can't remember it now, but there used to be a bunch of them, and these days it's pretty much Netlify GitHub Pages. When I say static hosting, what I mean is these aren't applications. It's not like Heroku. It's like this is where you go here. You just put your content there, and then it shows it up, right? Docs.netlify. So this is you can tell this is Hugo. Yeah, this is all Hugo driven content. Yeah, I can tell just by the organization of the thing. So there are a number of Hugo themes that try to do the same thing as well. I will tell you straight up that from having done an evaluation over 3 weeks about whether we're going to use Hugo or MkDocs, Hugo gets really in your face when it comes to making this happen. So it does not have a clean separation between your source content in Markdown and this stuff that gets rendered. The macros and everything have to be in there. You can't, it's really ugly. It's really ugly. You can tell it was like the first form of this kind of thing, and MkDocs has really leveraged the fact that they've learned a lot from that. And so you truly have content that's independent from it's thematic rendering, and you do not have that in Hugo. If you want this, it's almost impossible to get. They have themes that come pretty damn close, but you usually have to add little tweaks to this thing that are Hugo specific, and you have to write Hugo specific tags and stuff in your markdown in order for it to work properly, for it to include the headers as you want. And it can be done, but it's not done out of the box. And I directly compared two projects that were doing this very thing in order to make that justification. And I'm so glad that I went with Read the Docs, MkDocs, because you get the same content organization without the hassle and without the kind of like heavy-handed. How's it going, Sharma? So you get that without the sort of heavy-handed, I have to do it this way, Hugo approach. And I got to tell you, I was not expecting that, because I went into that. I was the one, they were pushing MkDocs, and I said, no, Hugo's better. It's more, and I pushed back. And then it said, well, fine, just do a, let's do a POC, a proof of concept, and see how it goes. And after 2 weeks of trying it with Hugo, I was like, I had my hands in the air. I was like, and I said, let's try MkDocs. And I tried to MkDocs, and it was so much better. I was overwhelmingly convinced in that moment that it was the right choice. And that's what some of these younger guys have been telling me to use instead of Hugo. And I was pushing back. And so for me to say, and I've been a Hugo contributor, and I mean, originally I really liked it, but I think Hugo has got a lot of technical debt actually at this point, and especially for documentation. And if you look at the number of major projects, and I mean major projects that have taken MkDocs as their standard, I think that the momentum behind MkDocs as a universal documentation standard is overwhelming at this point. I don't even think Hugo has a prayer of keeping up with that. Hugo's fantastic if you want to do very specific thematic different sites, but 9 times out of 10, you just want to document something. And that's the case for the Boost. So just wanted to put that out there. I just noticed that this was Netlify, and they were using C. But other than that, the formats are kind of the same, right? So you have to do redirects and stuff. Here's your callouts or whatever. And if you were to look at the source code of this, which I don't think you can do on this one. No, they don't tell you. They don't let you look at the source code. Anyway, so Netlify is still a thing. It's still fast. It's the only criteria I would use for using Netlify at this point is particularly for beginners, is if you want to do if you want to have form processing, and I covered that already. All right, so so the final thing I want to do, and I will probably dynamic builds from the repo content. You can use this using Argo. You can use it using GitHub Actions. You can use it doing, what's the other one, Tecton. And there's a lot of things you can do that trigger builds from content changes. We already talked about the advantages and disadvantages of each of these. Dynamically changes, this is local only. If you try to do that as an auto deployment, you need to have an actual server to put it on, which we've done at work. We put that into a Kubernetes thing that detects it does Git pulls and gets the latest and uses that to serve. It's the easiest to set up, and I probably could open source the Kubernetes app that I made that does that. It's just like one YAML file of a number of things that use pretty much the standard containers, and assuming you have Istio, and then build it from the docs in the doc directory. That's the thing that we would do next. Or you could do, if you are able to get onto a system, make the change and then commit it. This is not something you want to do if you're going to be editing the content from multiple locations, unless you're SSHing into the same machine for the build, which is if you have maybe a build server or a jump box that you're SSHing into, that will work just fine. If you have multiple people that are doing that, they'd have to all SSH into the same jump box with the same account for it to work. And so if you have multiple people authoring, or you want to have people make contributions, you might want to set up the GitHub's trigger stuff. It is possible for you to have people make contributions to submit PRs, and then you get onto your main Jumpbox host that's doing the build, and then you would Git pull their PR, you would check it out, and then you would do the build, and you could do that all by hand. It would take you more time. But if you don't have the time to set up the trigger yet, But eventually, and I haven't done this yet, eventually you need to, I would suggest setting up a GitHub action trigger so that any commit, and then like pooling all of your commits for the day or 2 days together, and making, like organized commits that are rather large, so you don't end up paying money for the actions that have to run to build. I don't know what the pricing is on that, but there is quite a bit of separation between costs for that. But I think the average user just writing documentation is not going to have, and I think it's measured in MIPS too or something. I don't remember. If anybody knows more about the cost of GitHub Actions, or the equivalent on GitHub Pages, GitLab or Netlify, all of them use the same model. So the only thing you pay for is stuff that runs on their system. But if you're just putting up static content, nobody cares. Of course, they have the option to refuse your content if it's getting way too much access. People are pulling it down too frequently because all the web hits are going through there. Or if you have a need to see statistics about your web hits and you're not good with Google, Analytics or something, those are reasons that you would want to have your own web server for that, for your documentation. But for most people are not going to need that, right? So they're just going to put it in there. So let's take a quick break because I've been talking a minute for the last hour and a half or so. I'm going to take a quick break, refuel up a little bit, and I'll put the music on. And then when I come back, we're going to actually go through and work on some MkDocs installation. And I'm going to make some considerations about how to install MkDocs, how to manage MkDocs. Specifically today, I am going to be working on managing MkDocs from a VM that's running on a Windows machine. So just as kind of a preview before I leave, so you can think about this if you want to research it. We have a questions to answer. Okay, so if I am running in Linux inside of a VM on Windows, how does my Windows web browser, Chrome or whatever, how does it see my dev mode MkDocs, right? So then we have to figure out, the networking. Are we going to run it in a container? All of those considerations. Can I just go ahead and install it straight up on the VM and do some port forwarding? Those are going to be the things that we're going to address so that I can kind of monitor in real time the changes that I make to my MkDocs configuration by just changing it and restarting the server. And so that will be the thing that we do over the next hour. And I do, what's our time like? I do want to get that done. So I'm going to go and do that until about 4. And when we come back, when I come back from that, I'm going to be going shopping. I don't know if I'm going to stream shopping, just so you don't need to worry about that. So hang tight, and I'll turn the music back on. Here it comes. All right, go get yourself a drink, take a bio break.
You've been on my mind.
Maybe we should smoke again.
Love is hard to find.
We should smoke.
Maybe we should smoke again.
Roll it up, hold me, love me, sing me lullabies. Smoke it up, conversations lead to hug goodbyes. Said I never get accustomed to the side life. This, that, all or nothing, welcome to the kite life. Love is hard to find. I wanna keep you on my chest and lock it in my warm back pocket. In a safe, boy, lock it up. Go and drop me off, I love the way you lock me up.
I hold your hand when you trip and you fall. Got the light when your lips on the ball. Oh, I like how we love to get stoned. Baby, roll that blunt for me. Hold your hand when you sick and you old. Smoking up just to loosen your bones. Oh, I miss how we used to get stoned. Baby, roll that blunt. mama told me, son, you could be anything, long as you spread your wings. I know one day you'll be great. Just wait, soon you'll aim up at the sky, and I'll watch it float away. But now that I am older, I'll admit that I am over all the stress and shit that comes from molding life upon your shoulders. It's a chore, I'm sick of being bored. I'm sick of always stressing over shit I could ignore. I guess it's just my own immaturity burning through me internally. Take imagination and making it a reality. So pause, yo fuck it, I'll be right back. Pay a visit to the past, tell them all to kiss my ass for a second. I don't wanna worry about nothing for a while. I just wanna play around, living like a child with old tunes jamming on my Walkman and some Sour Patch Kids and a Coke can. I don't wanna think about anything at all. I just wanna run around doing what I want with a pretty ass girl and a slow jam and some Sour Patch Kids and a Coke can. I just wanna go back to old school, old news, road rules, Fresh Prince cartoons, good raps, dope tracks, and I'm not trying to be on it, I'm just trying to be honest. Pack lunch, school crush, bus home and play Sonic. I have been there, I have done that, made my mark up on the town. Been stupid, I've been lucid, been a menace and a clown. Wow, I'm chillin', watching Rocco's Modern Living, wishing I could find a way to bring back music television. No more Jersey Shore and whoring or horribly boring versions of shows from Great Britain. They're written with no vision. Yo, damn, so fuck it, I'll be right back. Pay my tribute to the past. You can all just kiss my ass for a second. I don't wanna worry about nothing for a while. I just wanna play around, living like a child with old tunes jamming on my Walkman and some Sour Patch Kids and a Coke can. I don't wanna think about anything at all. I just wanna run around doing what I want with a pretty ass girl and a slow jam and some Sour Patch Kids and a Coke can. Nothing for a while, just wanna play around like a child with old tunes jamming on my Walkman, Sour Patch Kids and a Coke can. Yeah. I don't wanna worry about nothing for a while. I just wanna play around, living like a child with old tunes jamming on my Walkman and some Sour Patch Kids and a Coke can. I don't wanna think about anything at all. I just wanna run around doing what I want with a pretty ass girl and a slow jam and some Sour Patch Kids and a Coke can.
Let it ring, don't care, 'cause I don't wanna wake up. No, I don't wanna move. Let it ring, don't care, 'cause I don't wanna wake up. No, I don't wanna move. And every time I see you, I'm a dreamer. Take me to another place. It's like I got a fever, 100 degrees fever. You're making me hallucinate. I'm gonna be
All right, we're gonna get back to it here in a bit, and go for another hour. Let's go till, was it 4?
you know the safety.
It's a great day outside. Oh my god.
You know I'm a dreamer.
A little bit of espresso as if I needed it. Oh my god, thank you so much, Proton Matter, for those gift subs. In case you're wondering what you're going to do with the gift subs and you think that Mr. Rob's not going to be streaming as much anymore, I just want to reiterate, I do plan on doing the boost beginning on May the 4th this year. At one point I was not going to do it. And while I might be doing less co-working and stuff like that, I will be doing the May the 4th stuff. So that stuff will be the same time frame, noon to 2, but that'll be all that'll be saved to YouTube, so you can go back and watch it after the fact. Proton Water, thank you so much. Traveling Outdoors streamer. Nice. I was in the Traveling Outdoors category just yesterday down in Charlotte. I've really enjoyed, since we're on a break kind of, I really enjoyed getting to know the people from the other streams. Some of my best Twitch friends already are people that I made friends with, like as recently as 3 weeks ago in the Zwift category. Bath salts and taco and pimp. I'm gonna start watching him again. He's so funny. And Ferris is training for a marathon. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you so much for that. For that gift of subs. Bottom line is, it's more likely you're going to want to see what I'm streaming. Bottom line. So I also decided to not stream a lot of, so when I'm in the car driving around, I know some people like that, but most people, the main reason is because it burns too much of my battery. So last night I streamed for almost 6 hours just biking around Charlotte. And had I included the car trip there and back, I would have run out of battery. So it's better for me to have the battery on so you can see Degen Alley or whatever, you know. It's also been making me a lot safer. I focus on the road and stuff, which is a good idea. All right. I'll turn the music off and get back to it. At least we don't want this part muted on the VOD. Messing with my sound levels a little bit. Apologize for that. I've been still trying to get them in here. I think they're still maxing out a little high, but whatever. Check 1 2. Check. All right. All right. So for the next hour-ish, we're gonna do we're going to actually do some MkDocs installation. And see what we got here. So first things first, which style of MkDocs are we going to install? I'll just give an overview of that. So there are multiple MkDocs versions that you can install, multiple themes. And the overwhelming best theme here, they're kind of at odds with each other, but there's another theme called MkDocs Material that was told to me by a guy that I work with, really. And I won't. So this is it right here. Oh, well, that's new. When did they add this? Or have I been hacked? Am I been hacked by something? When did they add this? This is new. This was not there before, and it's definitely not in. I think this might be a plugin, actually. It's kind of funny. Like, I can't stop playing with it. Anyway, so the material for MkDocs theme has a bunch of the stuff that you want in it pre-built. The main thing that got me right off the bat is it has dark mode and light mode. So you can go to install, and it has this, right? How to set up MkDocs pages, learn how to create host documentation. So, is this just for this? Yeah, it is. Okay. It is. That's the website. I see on that. That's crazy. That's kind of overkill. I don't really like that. It's kind of annoying me. I'm kind of glad they weren't doing that before, because I probably would not have been a fan. Anyway, so installation. Here's how you do it. They have a pip. You can use it with Docker. You can get it. The Docker image is the way that I did it. You can actually do. I'm not a pip fan at all. I really don't like Python installer stuff. It's one of the biggest flaws with Python, in my opinion. So I'm trying to figure out how to get MkDocs without that. It's information that says Python package install pip using a Python virtual environment. Ugh. No, I'm probably gonna use Docker. The problem with Docker is that we have to forward it, right? So, I happen to know this because I use the Docker image in our deployment. The problem with using the Docker image is that, yeah, maybe a joke to April 1st. What, the subs? Yeah, who knows? Oh, this is an April 1st thing. Yeah. I bet this is an April 1st thing. Yeah. You don't think it's a script? You think it's like a Chrome thing? I mean, what? I like the mystery is like, the mystery rages on. I don't know where it's going from. Anyway, so do we use Docker or not? All right, so there is no binary to download like you would with Git, like if you're using Go or something. What do you mean yours is doing it too? Oh, you're on this page? Okay. For some matter, that's very nice. Thank you for that. So do we want to use Python pip? I know this is the fastest way for me to get it installed is the Python pip install, but then then if it doesn't work, I'm screwed, right? So we live in a container world. We should probably use a container. That's the right way to do it. So I'm going to do Docker pull. Now, if you don't have Docker installed, I'm not going to cover them, right? The thing about the Docker one is that will actually work with Podman Desktop, which is something we're going to use during the boost. And which does make me wonder. Let's do that. You know why? Because one of the things that I forgot to cover about MkDocs that I wanted to talk about is as you're building your own documentation, we're going to go through kind of at the beginning of the boost, we're going to talk about how to manage your own learning and all that. And whether you choose to use the zettelkasten format or you just want to place up at your notes, putting your notes into MkDocs up front is very nice because all your notes are immediately searchable. So this is something that a new team member of mine has been doing. He's been using a zettelkasten approach and combined it with MkDocs, and so he can go into his brain, he calls it, and he can search his zettelkasten brain using a web interface anywhere And that is the thing that's been missing from my set for a while. I have a really fantastic command line interface to the searchability, but I don't have a web interface that I can access from my phone. And I was going to make a full-blown app for that. With MkDocs, you don't have to do that. MkDocs is a progressive web app, which means it's an offline first. It's a plugin you can get where if anybody goes out to the site, it will actually create an index and create an entire content of the site locally on the phone. So that even when you're not connected, you can actually go in there and search and find it. It's exactly what I wanted to build, and it's already built into MkDocs. So that has been the number one problem I've had with my own zettelkasten, is I haven't been able to search that information remotely. And now that I'm biking around everywhere and everything, I don't necessarily have command line access to my system, and having that option is really nice. So that's one of the ways I'm going to do that. We will be switching to podman. So we are facing a decision right now about how to install it locally. Okay, so in the Boost last year, I went back to recommending VMware standard Linux image so that you have an actual Linux system. And you could use VMware Player, which allows you to use one instance and download it, and you're dependent on VMware, but we're not using VirtualBox at all because it's a disaster. It's gone completely downhill. They formally said they would never support M1, and then they went back and decided to do it, and it's been broken for years. The modern version, the latest version, completely broke my images, and then it's a disaster. I cannot overemphasize how much you should stay away from VirtualBox. And it still broke. And VMware is not broke, but it's highly proprietary, and it's headed down a path of that. It's not going to go away from that anytime soon. And I talked about this in another recent video, but I'm just going to reiterate it. So the reason that in the Boost we're going to use Podman. And we're going to use Podman Desktop because Podman Desktop and Docker Desktop, which is proprietary, you have to pay for that if you are an enterprise. So, which is why we don't do it in the Boost. I don't want to teach you things that you're going to go to work, my work, for example, and be told you can't use that. So, we're going to use Podman Desktop. Both Podman Desktop and Docker Desktop use QEMU, which is an emulator that leverages the VM if it can. If it doesn't, it just emulates it, which allows you to even emulate BSD Unix on a Mac or on a Windows machine or anything. And obviously it's slower, but it allows greater flexibility there. So the future is QEMU plus KVM. There's just no debating that at this point. KVM is the basis of all virtualization on Google Cloud, Amazon, Azure, all the big names. They all use KVM for that. So if you're wondering whether you should use Zen or KVM, just use KVM. And if you want to read about that, go read about the migration that Amazon did from Zen to KVM. So KVM is hands down the winning engine for virtualization, and KVM of course is a very specific Linux technology. And that's where QEMU comes in, right? So it's usually QEMU / KVM. It's QEMU that's got KVM running underneath it for Linux emulation. But QEMU doesn't necessarily need that. QEMU can emulate pretty much anything. It just depends on all of its different pieces, but it's a layer above the virtualization, the hypervisor, or whatever you want to call it. And that's nice. And that the reason that you care about that is because you have to make a decision. Well, what am I going to use going forward? What's going to be the most supported? What things that I'm going to end up troubleshooting that are the troubleshooting skills are going to apply to other things. So debugging Podman Desktop or Docker Desktop using QEMU and KVM is going to give you direct knowledge of QEMU and KVM, which are used all over elsewhere, which includes using like Virt Manager in Linux, which is what I use to manage my cluster back here. And by itself, I don't use any of the other tools. I just use Virt Manager and KVM. I may actually choose to use QEMU at some point on there as well to emulate BSD stuff. So what does that have to do with MkDocs? We have to install MkDocs here, and I have to make a decision whether to use pip to install it into local VMware, local VM running on my VMware workstation instance, or we have an opportunity to attempt to install this directly into Windows. Now, obviously, it's not going to be running under Windows. Nothing runs under Windows. I mean, it could. It's pip, it's Python, right? I could run this and use a Windows PowerShell command line and do the pip install, and it would work, right? Because it's in Python, if I did a Python virtual environment. But if I don't want to do that, let's say I want to keep it Docker E, which I want to do. I think the use of containers is really the way to go. I don't want to install a miniature kind or KVM or Kubernetes thing. The Boost yet. No, I mean, you can go read the Boost stuff right now. Just go read the Boost website. It has that documentation there. Yeah, here, someone do exclamation point Boost for my friends there. Except on a Pop OS. Oh, I don't use Pop OS ever. I never will. I think Pop OS is a disaster after it completely failed on me many times. VMware desktop, yeah. So people, you'll get, with all these other options I've talked about, you'll always have somebody say it works for me just fine. I think that's fine, good for you. But that means you didn't try to do the same things I was doing, which, like, I don't know, storage management or stuff. I mean, I have video evidence of WSL2 completely failing on me, which is going to be an issue because Podman Desktop, from what I can tell, is optimized for WSL2. And at one point, I was using WSL1, which is super interesting. So we have a decision point to make here, and we only have an hour to go. So the decision is, how are we going to install MkDocs? And this decision is influenced by a bunch of things. One of the things is the way that I install MkDocs going to be, so number one, are we going to encourage people to use MkDocs in the Boost so that they can do searchability, search-centric note-taking? And I think the answer to that is yes, and that is not something that I had planned on deciding right now. I'd planned on just writing the documentation for the Boost and the outline, as somebody mentioned. Hey, Tars. And so that was not forefront in my thinking on the whole thing, right? And I think the answer to that question is yes. I think that we need to spend some time exploring the possibility of creating the simplest possible MkDocs setup. And I know that this is going to be a stretch. In fact, there's a strong likelihood that for the beginning part of the Boost, we probably just want them to use the GitHub editor interface before we teach them VI. So we're assuming that we have, what I used to say 8 to 18, people participating at any age really. But when you start talking about a younger age, they have no idea what VI is. They respond pretty well to the terminal once you get them going on it. But part of the Boost is to teach all of that. So when we start talking about the Boost, and we start throwing in MkDocs in the first week, increases the level of frustration pretty easily. So I'm kind of backing away from that thought really quickly. I think having search-centric documentation is a good thing, but you can still do that with GitHub. In the meantime, we can teach them Markdown first and how to edit in Markdown. And they can do all the editing through the GitHub interface, and they can use GitHub as their editor using a happy GUI interface, which is basically VS Code at this point. And then we can and then we can focus on teaching MkDocs and tools like it later on, and without pulling them in, but we still are going to have to teach how to do Docker Desktop. So there is the possibility, however, that using Docker, that setting up Docker Desktop on Windows, which we have to teach. We have to teach how to set up Docker Desktop on Windows, and I'm not Docker Desktop, Podman Desktop, and how to set up Podman Desktop on Mac. That is included. We already made that decision. So depending on how hard that is, it might turn out that makes it really easy to do Docker pull squid file MkDocs material, and boom, we're done, right? And then they can do their they can do their note taking locally in Vim, and then actually even if they don't do Vim editing right away, all the stuff they've been doing interactively through GitHub editor can then be pulled down when we cover Git. You can say git pull, and they can do a git pull, and then they can say, okay, now do Docker pull since we know Docker. For a while, you're kind of interested in the terminal. Now we can actually take all that documentation you have, and you can actually use it to make an application, and it would be their first experience with a containerized application that's something that they want to use. and then that's how we could do automated builds and stuff like that. So I'm kind of talking through this. The title of this stream is Prep Boost, and a lot of that's going to be me, rubber ducking this stuff off y'all and seeing what you think. But this has got me convinced to use the Docker-based installation of MkDocs, whether it's just for me or it turns out that that's something we can teach in the Boost to other people. I do like the idea of having an example of something useful to use in the Boost using containerization, and that's actually a really great example of that. We can say, look, you could have went and done this Python virtual environment and blah, 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 blah. Or you could have just set up Docker and that works with everything. And then you're already that much closer to using it in Kubernetes when you want to do it later. If you did it the pip way, no, you're like way off in left field when it comes down to the whole containerization evolution of applications and deployment and stuff. So that's where we are. And I made that decision, so I'm going to go ahead and do that. I don't know if I have Podman on here. I guess I did install Podman desktop. I think I already did it. Oh, no. I know what the problem is. I have a VM. That's right. Yeah, of course. I have a VM and it's got Podman on it. So another option here, and I don't know if we want to make this available on the Boost or not. Maybe we do, though. One of the options is to install VMware, to install Ubuntu Linux into VMware player, and then to install Podman into that. Podman out or Docker, frankly. Because the Docker at that point is not Docker desktop, and therefore it's not proprietary, right? But I despite my misgivings about Podman originally, it's more than ever, it's become the standard. Docker just keeps shooting himself in the foot over and over and over again. This last week there was a huge fiasco with all of the starting to charge for containers, open source projects for containerization, and it was just a disaster. Everybody's migrating off them like as fast as they possibly can. In fact, if we cover containerized sources, we're probably going to move to GitHub hosting for our containers, our container images, because Docker is just such a mess right now. And I don't foresee that ever changing. That company is a disastrous fail. It always has been. Other than its first early days when it really made a splash, taking credit for everything LXC did, it's just been downhill from there. And I have no love for the Docker company at all. And so it is sad. And so I don't want to, look, if you're going to compare Docker as a company to Red Hat, which manages Podman, they're both big, ugly companies, but Red Hat has been a better player in that field. In fact, Red Hat stepped in and said, no, we're going to boost Podman desktop to compete with Docker because what they're doing is underhanded. Meanwhile, Red Hat doesn't care because they got billions of dollars coming in from subscription services. They got enterprise, completely dependent on them. And but why do you care? Because Red Hat is more likely going to be the thing you're going to use in the enterprise. It's the most likely Linux that you'll encounter in the enterprise. Red Hat for host systems and Ubuntu for containerized systems, and Alpine, of course. And so those are. That's just the way it is. There's Azure Linux and Amazon Linux, but those are the Linuxes that you're going to need to really know. Arch is not even a player in enterprise at all. It's something that people use as a tool in the security industry. But it's not going to get you a job unless you're going to do security stuff, and most of the time Kali and Arch and stuff like that. I don't deal in distros. Go watch DistroTube, waste your time over there. if you want to fight about what distros are more relevant and fun to use and everything, who cares? I want to make you relevant in terms of being employable and having skills that'll actually translate into money and opportunity. And if you want to fight for 3 hours about the benefits of Arch over Nix OS over whatever geeks or I'm not. That's not what I'm gonna do. I don't do that. FreeBSD, right, right. And BSD. I love BSD. I actually like BSD more than Linux. But It's another reason that I like Mac Pros so much, because they run a form of BSD. Yeah, if you want to go see last miles, go see last miles for BSD. If you're going to do anything in the network routing applications, infrastructure, stuff like that, you're going to making the next device that's going to compete with Cisco or something like that, then yeah, BSD, right? I still think you should learn it. I think you should learn UNIX, which Linux is a take of. And I do believe that. So, but I'm mostly interested in relevance and not so much what's hot and cool and stuff. If that's fine, you can do those things, and I have no hate at all for those people who want to spend all their time doing it. I don't. I would rather be out, biking than arguing about distros. Nerds out for NixOS. Yeah, I mean, there are some really cool things happening, and those cool things will eventually become mainstream. One of those things was Linux. I was using Linux back when it was, anybody remember BOS? I used to play around with that one too. And raise your hand if you've ever used BOS. Did you ever play with it? Plan 9, exactly. Right, yeah, if you want to geek out about fun, esoteric operating systems, Plan 9 is awesome. That's the one that Rob Pike made go and stuff. Back when you were kindergarten, BOS, old BOS, yeah. Look, I enjoy geeking out about esoteric, weird technologies that might become mainstream someday. But when it comes time to getting work done, there's a moment to kind of focus on the industry leaders, even if you don't like the industry leaders. You still got to know those things. It's good to see you, Zephyr. All right, so we are back to installing Podman desktop on this. So last email, by the way, meant to ask you on the last night stream. I don't know if I got your email. I don't know. Your best bet is to direct message me in Discord. I do see those, even if I don't always answer. All right, so let's go back on the boost. Let's do so I do have a TMUX terminal up. I'm going to exit out. I'm going to use my F11 to get out of here. So this is my SSH session. I'm connected into a virtual machine that's running inside of my host system, my Windows system, even though it's Linux. So it is Linux. But I'm going to use my Windows terminal, which is running under Windows, to open up another tab. Now this is a Windows terminal tab. It's not a TMUX tab. And this, I'm going to F11 this to go back full screen. And it says Rob at TV. So TV, this is running bash, git bash, which is an oldie but a goodie. And the reason I love git bash is because it is Windows. It's bash on Windows. And you'll say, well, Mr. Rob, why would you do that versus WSL2? Obviously, WSL2 is superior. It's true Linux, blah, blah, blah. And I can tell you, I was that guy for about half a year. And I was saying that WSL2 was going to be the best thing on the planet, blah, 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 the best Linux distribution of 2023. And then it all came crashing down. And I'm not going to give you all the details here. You can see them in other videos. But WSL2 fell on its face for a lot of reasons. And the TLDR is that WSL2 is not an official Linux distribution. It's constantly playing catch up because it has to do all these integration layers, and particularly with the file system, and it royally screws up your permissions. I don't have the exact proof, but I have strong evidence that it screwed up one of my container images or one of my GitHub repos because it was doing line returns and stuff wrong. You can't have SSH config, for example, be the same in both places. It tries to make you think that you've got this directory and you really don't. WSO2 cannot mount USBs at all. That can be done with VMware Player, right? It's yet to be seen whether Docker Desktop will be able to do the mounting of USB sticks. I don't think that we're going to need to mount anything like a USB into a container for the boost. But that would be an argument against using Docker Desktop or Podman Desktop for the boost, because with VMware, you get the ability to mount USB sticks and devices. They are all visible and directly to the thing. That does not work with VirtualBox nearly as well. It's very, really buggy. And obviously it doesn't work with containers at all, unless you make your own mount points and stuff like that, which if you're using Docker Desktop, now you've got this QEMU Linux emulation that's running on top of Windows. So is it actually mounting it? Where is it mounting it? So being able to mount a USB stick into a container running in Podman Desktop is yet to be seen. I don't know that that's a requirement for the boost. I think that's kind of advanced knowledge. If we were to go with the VMware Player approach like we did last year, all those things are non-issues, right? So the other thing that's cool about that is you can use things like secure, you can use key fobs and security stuff like that with your VM. You can't do that with a container without a significant amount of modification. So I'm still kind of stuck rubber ducking the advantages of a virtual machine versus a container for the boost. Whatever, like, yeah. And so YubiKey, yeah. So when people see me using Git Bash, they'll be like, "Oh my God, don't you know about WSL2, etc.? Or why aren't you using a VM?" And the reason is very simple. Git Bash always works. It just works. It works with VS Code if that's what you want to use. I am deliberately using Windows, so some of the things are a little bit weird. But for the most part, things like find and stuff like that, they work against the Windows files that I would expect them to work with. When you use WSL2, you have two file systems. You have the one that is your Linux stuff, and then you have the other one that is Windows, and they're not compatible, and they don't look the same, and they have different permissions. In fact, if they have like wide open permissions, and that's how you know that it's some weird combination. Git Bash does not have any of those problems. It is the exact truth, right? So when you see it, you see all the weird stuff. Your home directory is actually your home directory, right? C users Rob, right? So it's not like some other place. So this is particularly important. I'm using Windows Terminal Preview, yeah. So and so what I'm trying to tell you is that Git Bash actually might be what you want. Yes, it's slow and it's running under MkDoc. Yeah, the problem with MSys and MkDoc, if you use those directly, which is what Git Bash is, by the way. A lot of people don't know that. Heck, you know that, right? Did you know that? So in case people are wondering what Git Bash is, we're gonna run out of time here, but whatever. So Git Bash it goes by another name too. What is it? Get a CM, I think it is. Yeah. So let me just give you the history really quick on Git Bash or Git SCM. So, way before a lot of this other stuff, the Git project, which is the leading project for source management, said, "Oh my God, how are we gonna work Git? How's Git? Git's got all this. It's got Perl dependencies. It still has Perl dependencies in it. How is it actually going to work in Windows? Blah blah blah." And so the Git project, Git SCM project, came about to do all of this, and they combined a bunch of things that are all Windows only things, and they use Windows only technologies such as the one just mentioned by Heg, which is MkDoc and MSys, which have been working since the 90s. I mean, I used MkDoc and MSys and variations on that. Cygwin comes to mind. I think Cygwin is still kind of a competitor with MkDoc. I think it might have actually been a fork at one point. I don't remember. But these are all basically Linux-like things that are not Linux. They are compiled binaries of the tool set for Unix and more general and for Linux that have been running for decades, but like a bash. And we get to test the breakaways the worst sound possible. Yeah. Yeah. Cygwin runs inside them. Yeah. Make a graph. So, Cygwin is a really big, heavy-handed kind of approach. So the Git team, I assume, just looked around and was like, "What can we do here?" we pretty much have to have bash. We can't really do anything. They have bash scripts and stuff written for Perl and bash. So they had all these dependencies. They had to figure out what to do. So they basically had to encapsulate Linux to Unix and ship that, right? And so what they did is they used MkDoc or MSys is what's the name of it? It's MkDoc these days, which is basically a lightweight version of Cygwin. I think there's actually a direct relation, but I can't remember that. And they said, okay, we're going to make this really, really tiny version of this Windows binary that gives you all of this awesome functionality, including the common tools that you would use. And so certain tools are not available, but others are. So, I mean, like, how the hell am I running a PS command on here? How can I even run the which command, right? How can I run the find command? Which find, watch this. But there's no VI in it. So yeah, and there's no Vim in it. So there's, some different things that you have to kind of take into account. But, so it's interesting because, wait, let me try this. It's Vim. Yeah, user bin Vim. So if I do like, Vim, which find, you see, it's not an ELF program. You see that? So if you know about this stuff, you see there's no ELF binary here. This program cannot be run in DOS mode. So this is a compiled version of the find program from the Unix heritage that is not compiled for Unix. It's compiled for Windows. Cygwin bring POSIX compatibility to Windows. Yes. And the reason this is important for POSIX compatibility, and the reason I still am a big BSD fan over Linux, is if you learn the POSIX tool set, find, PS, and which is one of the more controversial ones because it's so different depending on the system. So these tools, all these tools that came from the GNU project or from the Unix project have all been compiled for this. This is why I think it's so important that you learn Unix and not Linux. Right, because using Git Bash, you're using the Unix stuff. You're not using Linux stuff. You're using the Unix version of Find or the Unix version of PS, and the POSIX compliant version of PS. POSIX is an international standard for these Unixy tool setting kind of things, and that's one of the things that you want to learn so that when you get on an AIX or Solaris box or BSD box, you can do that. So the takeaway here is the first step is just go here, click on one of these things and install it. If you're on a Mac, you don't need to install this at all. All right. If you're on Windows, you do. It's going to give you your terminal command line, your bash terminal command line that you want. If you're on Mac, you're going to be installing brew, and then you're going to be doing brew install bash, and you're going to be upgrading the version of bash on Mac OS so that you have the latest and greatest, which they will not give you. They'll give you ZShell by default on Mac OS because of the stupid licensing issues that they didn't want to pay for. It's not because ZShell is a superior shell. ZShell is a far, far inferior shell that has been pushed on everybody by Mac and adopted by tons of people who mostly just want, my ZShell because it's got fancy command line stuff. When you can do all the same thing in Bash, and Bash is the industry standard shell out there. I mean, it depends. Unless you're using is ZShell by default on BSD these days? Brew supports Linux now too. Lots of packages encourage Linux installs, so that we know. Yeah, that makes so much sense. That's exactly why they did. They didn't come straight out and say it, but this is the same reason that their Bash was on 2.0 for the last 7 years. They didn't upgrade Bash because Bash went with GPLv3, and as soon as they did that, Apple's like, no, we're not touching GPLv3 with a 10-foot pole. I don't blame them. Any company at all, I would never use GPLv3. So they said ZShell is a better shell anyway, and then they sold everybody on ZShell because it's MIT licensed. The end. So you're all forced to use ZShell. If you want to use ZShell, that's fine. We're not gonna debate it. I'm just telling you, Bash is the standard Linux shell. That is the default. Unless you're on something like Alpine or I think Kali finally switched over to ZShell too as a default. But you're never ever gonna write shell scripts in ZShell. You're gonna write shell scripts in Bash, right? Bash is a much safer shell to write shell scripts in. And I will justify that statement during the boost, and we'll go through it line by line, and I'll show you all the reasons that Bash is the most secure shell that you can use in this modern era. even more secure than POSIX, like a lot more secure than POSIX. And I'll justify that statement later. But for the most part, knowing how to write POSIX scripts is a different thing than knowing what the POSIX toolset is. The POSIX toolset, what the POSIX version of PS versus the Solaris version of PS versus the AIX version of PS versus the Linux version of PS, they're all different. But learning the POSIX version of a tool is generally better. Let me give you an example of that. So like LS, you'll find on Mac, BSD, and I think even here that some of the versions won't have the switches that you've come to love. And I think one of the most important one, I think, is like mkdoc. And I mean, a number of them don't have those standards. Okay, so you still refuse to install Brew on Linux. Yeah, I'm a big OS X is Unix. Yeah, the OS X is the biggest Unix distribution. That is a fact. They paid a lot of money for that. And so here we have get bash installed. So if you've got get bash installed, you can see all this stuff. You can do the navigation of your Windows stuff as if you have bash. You can use all your bash tools. You probably will still need to install Vim in order to execute Vim on a thing. Pomo. I'm trying to find some example of this so I can show you. tmux.go. So yeah, you've got all of your editing stuff here, and it's using my it's using an older version of my configuration files. This is another reason to keep your bash configuration file into a single file as opposed to breaking it up into multiple files like Z Shell would encourage you to do with functions and stuff. And by doing that, you end up with lots of advantages, including being able to just ship that file down pretty easily. I won't get into my whole bonsai tree thing. Well, I think it's nice to have a single binary that has all your favorite commands in it and configurations. And that's the idea behind my personal bonsai Z tree. I still think having a solid bash configuration file is your best way to go. So you'll need to put that on here. That's how I have the prompt that I have, which is all in my PS1 prompt. And if you watch the boost, we're going to go through how to make your own prompts. And so you don't have to be dependent on Oh My Z Shell, which is disastrously bad and wasteful. And you can actually construct your own prompts and do it that way if you want. If you want, there's an Oh My Bash too, if you really want that kind of crap. I don't. I believe in minimal shell prompts. There's good psychology research that shows that your prompt should fade into the background as opposed to dominate your attention, so that the commands themselves are the things that stand out. And so when people have these, like, they got the weather and the local news in every single command prompt, that is a problem. And it's something I don't agree with. I agree in a minimal prompt, where the focus is on what's actually in your command history. So you can put it on a new line. Mine does that too. Yeah. And mine puts it on a new line if it's too long. So I'm not using WSO. We covered that already. This is a git bash thing. So we're using git bash here. I just middle heavy. You're going to have to go back by 10-15 minutes and see my justification for using git bash over WSL2. I summarize it really quickly. You can go back and watch that. But again, so just to recap, we're using git bash because it uses Windows as God intended. It's using MkDoc under the hood. But things like permissions is probably the biggest thing. The biggest reason to use git bash above all is that permissions are accurate. They're accurate. It shows you the actual user in terms of Windows user. It shows you the user ID. And this thing, WSL2, gets this wrong so bad because Microsoft has decided to make their own file system emulation layer that tunnels directly through to the actual Linux kernel. And it's one of the biggest fails of WSL2 in my opinion, and they will never be able to fix it. So unless they go with a straight up kernel that's in all is doing that, they'll never get that right. And I want to see the files as they are. If I look at these exact same files under WSL2, it will show them with full perms, including executable permissions, even if it's just an SSH config. So that's not stuff that I want to do. That's just a real quick recap. All right, so back to what we're doing. We're installing git bash. We have that installed, and now we need to figure out what it's going to take to install podman on here. Now, I think I actually may have already installed on here. And if I have, we might be done with this. Because the reason for that is because I want to see, and I don't know podman very well, so we're going to be learning some stuff here. I think it does have PS and all that jazz. It has the same commands. Oh yeah. So this is something about podman that I did find kind of annoying at first. And so podman, it's so hard to not go down the rabbit hole of what the differences are between Red Hat's approach to containers, Linux, the same Linux containers, and Ubuntu and Docker's approach to containers. And there are some really fundamental philosophical differences that I won't get into. Suffice it to say that Red Hat wants two things above all in their containers, in my opinion. One of them is they want absolute security. They don't like the idea of the root daemon, that they call it daemonless, right? They don't want the idea of a daemon running as root, that then therefore indirectly gives root access to anybody who has a container that runs on that system. And they're probably right in that, because there's been a number of security flaws that have happened because of Docker running as root. It has this daemon that has to, I think it's daemon. Is it daemonless? I might be mixing them up. So for those reasons, they have created if I remember the architecture right, and somebody correct me if you know better than me, the podman actually runs as a daemon, and that daemon has the permissions it needs, and then the containers and the stuff that talk to it have to talk to that thing, and so they're not running as root. Bottom line. Now, you can split hairs over this because Docker's limited account, but it's not easy to set up. Yeah, Bill, and that since that's happened, there's been a lot of movement, but that was one of the fundamental things that led podman to really exist, because Red Hat was like, we are not doing that. And the second thing, on ours looks pretty good. Yeah, the second big thing, this is me saying this, that I feel like is a philosophical difference between podman and Docker desktop and stuff like that, and Docker in general, is that podman on record, and they have said that they want to create a world where containers can be substitutes for virtual machines. And let me qualify that. So the beginners are going to get lost with what I'm about to say, but when I was doing the research I actually went down this rabbit hole 2 years ago when we were still using containers for the boost, and I was trying to use containers, and I wrote something called Workspace Container Manager, which is really cool, and I'll show you guys that later because we're going to be doing containers now a lot more. It's super cool because it kind of synchronizes all your mounts for you by default, and you can have multiple different mounts and use them for different projects and stuff. And I wrote that all in Perl, by the way, and I might import that to something else if you want to go look at it. It's I think it's called WS if you go in my GitHub repo. Bottom line is that the podman, when I was doing all that research, so let me tell you a story. So the story is we were having storage storage issues with GPFS mounts in Domino, which has since been banished from our enterprise, which I love. This is big ass company, LBG. How are you? It's good to see you. So this big ass company just got booted, pardon my French, the fuck out of our company, and I cannot be happier. This is a big company, Domino, that came in, that was promising the sky and just died on the vine, and it created so many problems. And one of the problems was that it had horrible, resiliency when it came to NFS, like latency, and GPFS, which is running under NFS, which caused problems. We've just decided to banish GPFS from our Kubernetes kernels entirely because it's just so unreliable, which is another topic all by itself that I'll talk about someday. And which is these architectural movements that are happening at my place of work are blowing me away, because the law of the land was GPFS for a long time, and now they're like, absolutely, we are not mounting any default storage class under GPFS anymore. Thank God. So we don't have any of those problems. And if you don't know about Kubernetes storage classes and stuff like that, we can talk about that. It's much more of a deep dive thing. So, so enter Podman and Red Hat. Red Hat's like, no. And their use case, and I actually dug up a document about this because during the time of Domino was not working, I was kind of tasked with looking at storage problems. Like I wanted to figure out ways to monitor the storage, and I hit. If some of you will remember this, a couple of years back, I was hitting all these problems, like even looking up storage statistics on Kubernetes, because Kubernetes is like, what storage? You have unlimited storage. Why are you worrying about resource quotas in storage? There's no such thing as a limit to storage. That's not part of the abstraction. And then they came up with the storage metrics stuff, and I found that, but it was too new, and nobody in the storage class implementers did it. And I was like, ugh. And so, it was just so many problems I was doing. And so, I mean, I got looking into it, and I was like, but in the process of it, I was like, okay, how can I emulate this so I can emulate a storage class so that I can deliberately fill a storage class provider so that I can break a PVC, a persistent volume claim, and over allocate to the thing what's going to happen, right? And so I went into this with the Docker stuff, and I found out that the defaults, I was using Kind and Minikube. I used them all actually. And I found out that, they're all using the default storage classes is local host storage, which means that if you're going to try to emulate filling up a disk drive, you're going to end up filling your actual disk drive on your system, and the system's going to blow up. And that actually led me to decide not to use containers ever again for this kind of stuff, and to actually build out a VM with a limited space disk drive that I could fill. It's not going to impact my stuff. So the moral of the story there, if you're an SRE or a Kubernetes DevOps person, is if you want to emulate breaking things, make sure you're using a VM, right? But how does this relate to Podman? So during my research of Docker versus Podman during that time, I read that Red Hat had taken this different approach, and they had said their default assumption about the user of containers using Podman and Red Hat is that they want users and developers to get as close to using a virtual machine as possible without actually using one. And the place that I specifically hit this was the use of systemd. So systemd, of course, came from Red Hat, even though the guy that made it works for Microsoft now. Systemd became a big piece of this. So Podman, in all of the containers, it actually injects systemd into the containers when they're running. So whether or not the container has a systemd in it or not, you end up with a systemd daemon that's running and a number of other things. And so they took an entirely different approach to the final form of a running container. A container is an image that's actually running. And so that meant a bunch of things. That meant that I could actually, the reason I hit it is because I was using a workspace container, and I was trying to help beginners do apt install, right? Well, you can't do apt install on, there were certain things that you couldn't do apt install with. Like you couldn't apt install systemd or practice doing, systemd init and all those things that you might want to do if you're learning how to do systems administration, right? You would normally on a VM, you could use it, Linux VM, you could do it obviously, but you can't do that in a Docker VM because there's no such thing as systemd in most of them, right? So Podman took the point of like, no, we're going to put that stuff in there. So when you apt install the system services or systemd or something like that, it's like, okay, yeah, let's do that. And Red Hat took this approach of, yes, we want to support systemd. I mean, no surprise, they made it, and they wanted to keep that running. So that made Podman containers when they're running much closer to what you would get if you had a VM. Not close enough for you to manage storage and for you to blow out storage and test. Not that close. And that's why I ultimately had to throw out Podman as well. But in the process, I learned that Podman was closer to that. And so why does that matter? Because if you were using Docker right now, I would have Docker installed, and I would be doing Docker PS, and it would just work. It would just work because there's nothing to start up. Right. In Docker, if I remember right, there's nothing to start up. Hey, thank you. And so use Podman as a Docker replacement. For Podman, you can kind of do it as a Docker replacement. Yeah. So one of the first, this is to tell me, so if you're using Docker all the time, you'll find it annoying that you can't even use Podman until you start it up. And that's because it uses an entirely separate daemon engine from it to start up. Now, I could be getting that wrong. So if I am, please let me know. And so I already did a Podman machine init. I'm pretty sure I have that. I think you can do a machine list ls too. Yeah, so there's my Podman machine. It tells you what VM type it is. So this is a WSL, not WSL2. Okay. And just a reminder, this is, a lot of people don't know this, but I'm going to say something here. You cannot run Docker or Podman on anything but Linux. And you're like, but Mr. Rob, I'm doing it on Mac BSD and I'm doing it on blah, blah, blah. The truth of the matter is that modern containers depend on LXC, which is a Linux technology. So anytime you're running them on Windows or Mac or something like that, you're running it under emulation, which means that there is a teeny tiny bundled up virtual machine that's in there. And so one of the arguments to putting a virtual machine player instead of using containers at all is because when you install Podman Desktop or Docker Desktop, you're installing a virtual machine engine. It's just being managed by it behind the scenes so you don't see it. So the argument comes up, well, why not just install an actual VM and use Docker or Podman as God intended on an actual Linux system from an SSH connection, right? And that's how I've been doing it in the past. That's how I've been doing it up to now. So that's kind of some deep dive stuff that I don't know that I would hit a beginner with. They just want the thing to work, right? But when they see the VM type, they're like, wait a second, I thought we were using containers. What the hell are we talking about? Why is there a virtual machine involved? Because you can't have containers, you can't have modern containers without Linux. Now, some BSD person is going to tell me about BSD jails, and I'm going to say, okay, show me BSD jails anywhere in the enterprise. BSD jails is a containerization, but I actually talked to Last Miles, who's a BSD guy, and I was like, Last Miles, we need to make it so that we have an open containerization standard at the lowest level so that we can actually run LXC or some variation of it on both, BSD or and Unix, but that doesn't happen. So modern containers are a Linux technology, and you can fight with me all the day about that. But modern containers, which originated with Docker, are, in fact, Docker is just really a lightweight, pretty happy user level interface into LXC, and C groups, which is what gives us our evolution of the shrouded environment that became what we have today, which is these little tiny Linux things that are nice and safe. So we have to have Linux. So Podman Desktop and Docker Desktop both do that. They give us a VM, and in the case of Mac on ARM, they give us a VM that is an x86 VM. So they don't even use the ARM VM, and the reason for that is so that you can actually you can do apt install x86 stuff on your ARM Mac. And that's a relatively recent thing. Podman Desktop actually for Mac is in my opinion, is a relatively recent entry onto the field. It was just this last year that it's there, and I'm really glad it came. I think it was expedited by the fact that Docker Desktop was charging all this money for enterprise, and Red Hat's like, we can't have that, and so they saw an opportunity. And there was a couple other people that tried it. What was the other one? The CoreOS one. No, it was, I was so frustrated by that. I thought it was going to be so cool, and it just sucked. It wasn't Podman Desktop, it was the other one. There was another desktop contender there for a second, and it just fell on its face. I don't know about that one. It was another one of those big providers that I really like, actually. Rancher Desktop. Rancher Desktop just fell on its face. I understand Rancher's gotten a lot better. But Rancher Desktop tried to fill the void for Docker Desktop right after they made the announcement. Almost the same week, Rancher Desktop announced that they were ready, and I used it, and it was abysmally buggy. I mean, it was so bad. I was so sad because I love Rancher. I love the Rancher project. I love everything about it. And I was like, this is not usable software, and I could not recommend it. In fact, I was evaluating it to recommend it as a desktop alternative Docker Desktop to my team, and I just couldn't do it. And I went through the evaluate Podman Desktop so far, and I haven't hit that at all. I think it's largely because Podman Desktop is just copying Docker. They're just doing the same thing. They're using QEMU. I think Rancher probably used QEMU, but I don't have any information about how Rancher Desktop implemented their version. So anyway, so you need to go through the steps for installing Podman Desktop. So the first step is to get the boost. We're gonna be having people install Git Bash on Windows. You don't need to do that on a Mac. On a Mac, you should install Brew, and then Podman Desktop. Now, I'm a little leery. It's very possible we're going to be surprised by something that we didn't hit this year. I have never done Podman Desktop as a boost thing, but this is what you get. Is you get this nice, pretty desktop graphic interface, which I probably have running somewhere. I just don't know where it is. There we go, Podman Desktop. So I have the command. I have the. It looks like I have the commands, but I don't have the desktop installed. Huh. For Windows browser detector. I wonder what this is going to do, because I already have Podman installed, but I don't know if I didn't do Podman Desktop. What is this software? We're trying to get MkDocs on here, but we're trying to get a container engine on here so we can install MkDocs into it, and we're trying to decide how much work that is. Right. I love that WinGet is becoming the new standard for Windows. As opposed to Chocolatey. I like Chocolatey, but that's kind of a cool thing. I'm going to go ahead and try this. And see, I think it's already there, honestly. Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen here. I don't know. So if something happens, you'll see. Podman Desktop is running. How do you know it's running? If it doesn't close, try closing it manually. Okay. Where is it? Where? It cannot be closed. I think I have a problem. Good old Windows. This is what I was afraid of. Yeah. This is the part where everybody who makes fun of me using Windows gets to laugh and be justified in their laughter. It's closing it. Retry. Continue. It thinks Podman Desktop is running, but how do I even kill it? I don't see a Podman Desktop running. Do you? I don't see a Podman Desktop. How does it? Meet now. No. OBS is trying to use. Okay. Anybody have any ideas? Running as a service. Task manager. Run services MCS. Okay. I think it must be a service. Yeah, but how would I even know that? So let's try services. Okay, so Docker Desktop. I think I have a version of Docker Desktop installed that's kind of like half installed, which is always the worst thing possible on Windows because you can't reset it. I mean, at least if you scope a VM, you can like redo it. This would have to like, I don't see it. Do you guys see anything? I don't see it. Did it say Podman Desktop? It must be under P then. What are you doing? It's on WSL distro. Yeah, I know. I remember it does set up its own WSL, and it already did that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I did this already. Do the same thing too, I think. Do they? Oh, right. Yeah, thank you for the WSL command. I forgot. So WSL list. Yep, there it is. Oh, so I could actually shut down the Podman machine defaults. I've tried everything on here. So that's not WSL2 list. That's WSL list. Oh, me. So one of the things I do like about it is it does install WSL2, but it does it in a way. I remember installing Podman Desktop, and it installed it in a way that that I could manage. So LV. What if I just took down the WSL2 image? Maybe that's what it's looking for. Because I don't think it's looking. There's no service it's actually running. Does that make sense? So, you know, WCL-L-V. Debian is stop version 1. Oh, it's version 2. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. So I want you to know, though, that when I reimaged this machine, I did not have WSL2 installed. And after no, that's not true. I'm remembering another system. Because this one has Rancher Desktop, which was way before I ever did anything with podman. And right now, it's just that down. Yeah, I'm not running a WSL right now. So what I was hoping is that there would be a service that I could turn down. I have a feeling, I mean, the only way that it would know that it says it's stopped. So what I don't understand is why it thinks there's a Docker desktop running. And I am not a Windows person, so I do not know what I'm doing here. Task manager. I mean, I would have expected that to pop up in the. Again, I need hand holding when it comes to Windows. Docker desktop so can be installed, but not running. Yes, that's what I figured. I disabled all that stuff in the kernel level. I think I went into the thing and said I don't want the hypervisor even on there. So I don't know if that's going to affect it, but we'll find out. Task manager says lots of Chrome's here. Terminal preview registries with launcher. Service Windows event logging or temp broker. I don't know. Go to details and show all the processes. Or fewer details. Can we? Details tab. Alrighty. Now what am I looking for? Are these sorted? Bum 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 bum. Podman tray. That's what I thought, but it's not in the tray. I was like looking. Wait, what's this? That's not it. Is that not the tree? I know. Podman Desktop has the tree thing. That's what where's the tray? Am I in the tray? I thought I would see it here, but I do not see it running. Under the start menu. I tried that. It's just a setup thing. There's no Podman Desktop. Yeah. Your computer is in details tab. Yeah, I know. That part I know. But what I want to know is why the only thing there is the setup thing. Just go scroll down. Okay, we're going to scroll down some more. Alrighty, thank you for the help, everybody. Where's Task Manager? Did it go away? Did it die? Where did it go away? Alright, so details. Podman Desktop LMNO P. No Podman Desktop. It'd be in the processes first tab. You think it would be here? These are not organized. They're not sorted, damn it. And it shows in your start menu apps. It's hard to get it in. Yeah. I think there's probably just something that's not in the right place, and I don't know how to fix that. I think it kind of it might be because I had like a really early version of it. This is very hidden. Good hackers. VMware. Is there a way for me to actually search? Probably not. That would be too easy for me to be able to grep it. Find the exe in your program files and run it. That's interesting. That's a good point. You could try to do that. That would be a way to get around all that other stuff. See if it's an uninstall programs. Good. That's a wise option. Let's do that. Uninstall. Podman. Nope. Is this called something else? find a setting. No, I don't want a setting. Application. Please don't look at my keys. I'm scared. I'm gonna turn Flux on for a bit. Because I do have keys for proprietary software that might pop up and I don't want them to show. Search the list. Pod. I can't even type in the search bar. That's how bad this is. Because Windows. You see, at least it's in order. LMNOP. Podman 4.2.1. There it is. Uninstall. Preparing to remove. Well, that was a great one. You got it, LBG. LBG got it. Unarmored, how are you? Yeah, I'm uninstalling. I'm going to reinstall. And I don't think I'm going to lose anything. At least I hope not. I should probably think about that stronger. It was not desktop. And that's a good point. You raised a really good point. It was not the desktop version. No. It wasn't the desktop version. And it's gone now, apparently. So that's interesting. So it appears that what I did is actually that's exactly what happened. I know what happened now. I'm kind of recreating my history. So this is what happened. Long live Pomani, exactly. That's perfectly said, live coding. So as you saw from my WSL2 list of old things, I've been trying a lot of things, right? So I tried to do Debian on WSL2. I tried Rancher Desktop this moment it came out. I had Docker Desktop on there before that. That's been uninstalled, so that image is gone. Actually, that didn't have a WSL2 image, so which is interesting. You can actually have it be Docker Desktop does have WSL2 acceleration, I think it is, and if it's on there, you can click and have it use it. And in that, and I did install Podman as to do some evaluation back in the day, but it was pre-Docker Desktop, Podman Desktop. So that's what happened. This is good. This is a good lesson that we just learned here, because it's likely that other people on Windows have been experimenting with Podman and they've installed the Podman stuff without having a Podman Desktop, the full Podman Desktop, and they may want the Podman Desktop and they have to uninstall the other thing. If I were to replace this, we talked about that a little bit earlier. So I do have the Windows download for this already in my downloads directory somewhere. Go look in the downloads, Podman Desktop setup. Desktop is running. It's not running, I promise you. Oh my God. I'm gonna have to reboot. Look at it. Okay, so what's the name of the binary so I can kill its ass? What is the name of the binary? There's no fucking Podman Desktop. Oh my God. All right, time to go search the internet. Podman Desktop running error. I know, we're gonna find it. We're gonna find it somehow and kill it. Podman Desktop DSE? Yes. Check connections. Podman machine list. Ooh. No, this is file directory. Podman kill. This is file directory. Oh my God, we don't have Podman anymore. Uh-oh. Did I delete it? So now I have like remnants of the other thing left behind. The reboot was the only option. I don't want to vote. Stop making me hate Windows. You like the law? Where was yours again? Where was yours? It was in C desktop users. Okay, /C users. There's no P. There's no P. Oh, must be Rob. That was you. All right, so now I'm in Rob. Now I need to go into app data. You have to do the capital. It won't complete. I hate that. I hate that. App data, local. Is that in my bash path? Programs. Podman desktop, please be here. There's a Rancher desktop. I wonder if Rancher desktop is, if it thinks Podman desktop is Rancher desktop. Well, one way to find out. All right, where's my apps? Uninstall. What the hell? No, I don't. Add or remove programs. Okay, uninstall. Search this list for Rancher. I know it's there. Oh my god. I wonder, this is where all the Windows people get to laugh. All the anti-Windows people. So, and I'm laughing right along with you. I don't see it. I must have installed with Chocolatey. I think I did. I think that's the problem, is some of the stuff got installed with Chocolatey, so it's not showing up on the other stuff. I think that's the problem, honestly. Retry. Let's just hope it works. You have to sometimes your laptop. I'm a bad parent. Actually, I used to run Linux on my desktop for a long time. Damn, live coding. Look at your flexing your PS muscles. All right, let me try it. That's a PS thing though. Oh wait, PowerShell. Now you're really gonna be able to laugh. Oh my god, you're gonna really be able to laugh at me now. Yeah, I'm running PowerShell from Git Bash. Oh, get process. Why did they? I mean, who puts uppercase things in commands? I mean, how stupid is that? I have no idea what I'm doing. I am completely under your mercy. Dash like Podman. What the hell? What the hell language is this? If you want to be a hacker, you gotta learn PowerShell. That's what made me stop wanting to be a hacker. I'm not even kidding. It was like one of my primary things. I did not want to learn Windows inside and out just so I could own it. I'm like, well, you can't be a hacker then. There's what? Okay, so there's a Podman setup is running. Long range branches. Hey, look, I put a star there and it worked. I feel proud of that. Now that just found this thing. So there is no fucking Podman desktop running. I don't know what it's thinking. It's not. That's running. All right, cancel watch. Watch. It's not going to be there now. See? Told you. There is no Podman desktop running. Oh my god. That is a wonderful command that I shall type later if I need to. I don't see it running. Do you? Nobody wants to watch me, the old man, struggle with PowerShell. I think it's detecting itself. I think that's what it's doing. That's what I think it's doing. Honestly, that's what I think it's doing. I think it's detecting itself because it's an idiot. Maybe I clicked on it twice or something. I don't know. Okay, so wait. What, Windows portable executable. What's the difference? Text manager process, quarantine processes, search for them. Cool. That sounds like a good idea. Package management guide. Windows installer for restricted environments. Maybe if we pretend like it's a restricted environment. What is this one going to be? Is this the same one? Is this like version 2 of the same one? Yeah. Oh no, it's version 13. Wait, didn't that just download? Okay, I'm going to try this one. Maybe it's smarter. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe it's smarter than the other one. Uh-oh. Enable telemetry. No. This is much fancier. Wait, what? It has a portable executable. Okay, note to self and everybody in the boost. Use the portable executable. Screw the other thing. Use the portable executable. Yeah, you know what that means? Yeah, that means I can put that in. It's in my downloads directory. It's running from my downloads directory right now. That means I can put it in a path someplace and move it around, or just put it on the desktop for God's sake. Yeah, let's do that. Let's pretend like we're teaching the boost. Okay, boost people, go to the podman desktop, find the Windows portable executable, and download it. Okay, now go find the one that says setup, but the one that says podman desktop, and then drag that onto your desktop. Get it? That's going to be because the file is open in podman desktop 3.0. God damn it, I thought I turned it off. Oh, there it is. It's initialized. I have to turn it off. I'm going to quit it right there. Did you see that it comes with Kubernetes too? It does. It comes with a version of Kubernetes that's kind of better than kind. I like that. That means we can play around with Kubernetes a little bit. All right, so watch. All right, wait. Back to downloads. I'm going back to my thing. So download, not the one that says setup. No, you don't want the one that says setup. You want this one. And you want to drag it to your desktop. All right. And you go to your desktop, and now you have a podman desktop on your desktop. Get it? Oh boy. Where's my desktop? I just want to see my desktop. Isn't there one that shows you your desktop? What is it? What is the command that shows you your desktop? There's a thing in here you can put that might just shows you your desktop. Show the desktop. There it is. All right, so there's my desktop. Okay, now you have your podman desktop. So for the sake of our applications, we're just going to run it right from the desktop, which you can do even on a system that's restricted because it's just an executable, right? You probably have to have permissions to do something, the daemon and everything. Why am I using Windows? We covered this a lot. I've been using Windows forever because it's the best tool for the job. I do streaming and gaming and stuff like that. Also, we want to emulate what you're going to have to use at work, and the number of people that get to use Linux on their desktop at work is probably less than 5%, I would say. So it's good to know how to use Windows and Mac and Linux on your desktop. I use Linux on the desktop for 12 years at Nike and at IBM. And so it's not that I'm against it. I just, you got denied for getting it to working. But if you assume you'll be running a WSL, you have this problem, I think. You can click the bottom right corner and go to desktop. Okay. So Podman Desktop was not able to find an installation of Podman. Well, that's interesting. Okay, I like this. Okay, I'm going to use this. You're setting up as we go. Well, I'm going through it so I can hit all the errors and then we can document those. So this is part of the boost, even though I wanted to get to the MkDocs thing. We might not make it, but whatever. Oh yeah, we're already over time a little bit. But. For malware, yeah, oh hell yeah. So, getting hacked. Podman is not installed in this system. Would you like to install Podman 4.4.4? Sure. Install WSL if not present. You're going to make me reboot, aren't you? You're going to make me reboot. You're going to make me reboot. Okay, but I want to tell you that for beginners, this is very nice. Okay. I remember going through something similar to this. I don't think it was this machine. Now that I remember, I don't know. But this step makes installing WSL much less painful for the beginner. Yeah, install. Do you want to allow the staff to make changes to your device? Yes. Cross his fingers. The stream may die suddenly. I'm just saying. Installation completed successfully because WSL was already installed. So we know that because we did a WSL2 LS recently. WSL2 L, and it shows that I already have that WSL on there. This must have been a fresh install. That's all I can assume. Installation complete successfully. Open guide and close. Okay. Oh my God. Oh, my eyes. My eyes are blinded. God, when it's on 60 inches like this. Podman for Windows. All right, where's my Podman? Give me back my Podman. Thank you. Dashboard. Run Podman. Look at this. To start working with containers, Podman needs to be started. Okay. This is very beginner friendly. This is why we're doing this. Docker development environments, desktop. So what do you think of it? Yeah, we talked about Docker desktop already. And bottom line is Docker desktop is not permitted in just enterprise, so I don't want anything to do with it. Also, Docker is falling on its face lately as a technology, my opinion. Do I need to mention the recent fiasco with them totally screwing up the policy for FOSS projects? I don't want anything to do with Docker at all. Just not. That wasn't my thing, Matt. You can't blame me. Okay, here we go. Run Podman. Wait, where's OBS? Is OBS still there? Are you still there? Bueller? Are you still there? Okay, everybody's still there. Okay, good. Run Podman. Now, this is the equivalent of Podman machine init, I have a feeling. Docker socket compatibility detected. Now it says it's got a Podman machine running, right? So I'm guessing that what it did in the background to hide from our beginner eyes is Podman machine init. Either Podman machine init, that ridiculous thing, Verm, you heard about it last week, right? A lot of people left over that. I left over the enterprise thing, and then a lot of people left over that though. So they lost all the FOSS people on that, and they lost all the enterprise people on the other thing. So they pissed off both groups, the FOSS group and the enterprise group. And they've already pissed off the Linux kernel people by taking credit for LXC. So containers, prune containers. Oh, look, I have a container. Look, I have a vert manager already here. I didn't even know that. Images. Look, I got some images. You know what it's doing? It's seeing my Docker images. Yeah, it's seeing my old Docker images. Look, it's got my Docker library. Oh, let's run it. Should we run it? I'm a little afraid. Should we run it? All right, here we go. What? Create a container from the image. Container name. This, what? You don't have to, okay. They'll generate. Leave blank to generate. Yes. Yes. Happy Beaver. That's an inside joke referring to the Beginner Boost 2 years ago. What was it named? It gives you random names, and the random name for mine was Happy Beaver or something. And so for the entire rest of the boost, I had to type execute Happy Beaver. I can't remember. Dude, it was so embarrassing. That was actually, seriously, that was the name it gave me randomly in front of everybody. Environment variables, no. Path. I have to know all this stuff because we're going to do this for the boost. No. It was Sweet Beaver. It was Sweet Beaver. It was sweet underscore Beaver. Yeah, it was Sweet Beaver. And and I had to do like prune Sweet Beaver. Init Sweet Beaver, remove Sweet Beaver. And it was really embarrassing. Can you imagine that happening like a public school? If it public school, like in college or something. It can also run Kubernetes without pod YAMLs. I know, which I love. You can do static pods. I can do static pods, so I can test things like KubeVirt. Have you tested KubeVirt with a WG? I really want to play with that. I want to see how this. Anyway, I got to stop. Hunger Lewin is the random name. And it's actually running. Damn. All right. So, play a Kubernetes YAML. Ooh. So that means I can does this do virtual services and everything, LBG? It doesn't do PVC, does it? Oh, I got to try that. I got to try to do some of the Kubernetes resources in this. Dude, if it does Kubernetes resources directly, oh my gosh. Just pods, hence the name, Podman. So it does pods only. That's so in case anybody, out there in TV land wants to know. So a Kubernetes pod is a collection of one or more containers, usually just one. And having more than one container in a pod that has some particular extraneous purpose is either called like a sidecar. Sometimes they have what are called init containers that run before the main containers run. It's kind of like having in Go programming, if you have an init section that runs before the main program execution does. Guess that button is a good equivalent of Podman Play Cube. I'm guessing that's what it is. Yeah. Podman Desktop. So we were getting, just to recap for everybody, we were playing around with Podman Desktop as an alternative to Docker Desktop for beginners to become acquainted with the command line terminal after they've installed Git Bash. And what I'm looking for right now is some way for them to fire off a terminal from here, which I thought there might be. Open browser. What is that about? There's no browser to open. It's thinking. That's like, no, there's no browser, dummy. Deploy to Kubernetes. Damn. Open terminal. All right, so they're. Oh my God. Look at this, like totally ugly ass terminal. Oh, it's still initializing it. It's initializing memory. I'm probably gonna run out because I still have my VM running. I probably don't have no memory. Plus, I'm streaming. Are we still up? Yeah. It's like I don't have enough memory. How I don't even know how big this Ubuntu is. I wonder. I don't think it's happy. Let's put it that way. No, it's not happy. I'm gonna have to not start my Anton terminal because it's gonna chew up all my memory. Are we still streaming before I break my machine? Yeah, it's not happy. You think that's a bug? Yeah, I first of all, this is kind of quirky anyway. Bring up Task Manager. Why? What can I do there? The stream isn't working. You're just checking. Yeah. I'm going to do, so at this point, we're going to go back to the terminal because this is the beginning of our terminal. This is why we got Git Bash on here, right? So now we can do podman, machine, ls, and see all of our stuff. So we have a podman machine running with the BSL, and then we can just do podman ps. That'll show us all of our running containers. And this stuff from here on out is the same as Docker. I'm still relatively new to Docker, even though I've been using it for 2 years. I feel like there's things that I still have to learn, but still we can do Docker. We should be able to do Docker exec. Well, we already did an exec, so we could probably, I need to attach to a running one. Was that attach? I don't remember the command. Oh, not Docker. You can actually, I've heard you can remap your Docker command to Podman if you type that all the time. Docker Podman is not emulating default Docker socket path. No, that's fine. I think that should be fine. But as that's the whole thing to do with the daemon versus the daemon-less. or the socket versus the socketless. I think this when I ran mine, it detected. Is it attach? Thank you, LBG. Yeah. Okay. There we go. Oh my gosh, we have a root prompt. What? Woot woot woot. Dab. So there we go. We are now on. We've got our Ubuntu, right? Now, actually, if I did this right, we could actually test other installations. So let's run. Let's do this. Exec. This is why we do this. Dash R it, which stands for interactive TTY. Dash dash RM. That means it removes the container after we're done running it, and we're going to run Alpine, which is the lightest weight possible container. Oh wait. Exec. Those. I think the arguments matter. Why is that not working? What am I doing wrong? That should have worked. Unknown flags. IT. Oh, run. Derp. No, it's exec. Exec. Run. Alpine. No such container. Oh, so then we're going to have to do the Docker thing. Or we have to do login. We're going to have to use Quay or something. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, exec makes a new one and it pulls it if it exists. I think it's going to make us log in. No container named Docker Paladin. No container. This is part of the problem I have with Podman is run makes a new one. Oh, you're right. I'm so sorry. Exec is it just runs the thing on the running program container. I'm screwing exec up because that's a Kubernetes thing. All right, so there we go. We now are running an Alpine, and we can get off of this. And thank you for your reminders, MG. So, we're good, right? So you can run BusyBox, and you can try that. You can run Kali Linux is like, I think it's Kali Linux, right? No, it's Kali Linux. Kali Linux, something like that. I think it's Kali Linux. Kali. I can't remember it. I used to have them all memorized. I can't remember them now. These are grabbing them all off the official Docker sites. I don't remember the Kali one though. I can't do a search here either. So, is it Kali? Oh, that's right. It's Kali rolling. That's new. It didn't used to be that. Thank you. All right. So if you want to run Kali, you get this cool skull and crossbones thing. If you have your terminal set right, which I don't. So you can try all that stuff. Last release is another one too. Nice. So that has gotten us to the point where a newbie would be, and I'm kind of glad we went through the Docker desktop install. Obviously we're going to be going through these steps. No terminal container is not running. Bullshit. I call bullshit. Wait, is this one running? Alrighty. Oh, look at that. Wait, what? Oh my God. What the hell is happening? What the hell? Uh-oh. There's all my special stuff. What? Oh, it's because it's right. I see something. The other one was trying to pull it. That's what was happening. Huh. All right. Oh, I know. Let's do this. All right. Let's run my old workstation. Yeah. All right. So, RDBX Rob / workstation. Is it / work? Or is it / lab? I can't remember. work. What is it? I don't remember. Did I delete it? Compose warning. Yeah. Oh, yes, that's so showing in the logs. I see. That makes sense. How do you list all the stuff under a particular user's thing? Do you know what that command is? I don't know. I don't think you can do that from here. I think you have to go to the hub and go look it up. I don't remember the name of mine. I'm trying to run my my workstation. Workspace, that's right. It's workspace. Yes. All right, thank you for that. I forgot name of my thing. I haven't used it in a long time. So I'm going to update this, by the way. So this workspace is the one that I created. It's pretty big. It's like 1.8 gigabytes. But it is a full Ubuntu server workspace. So for the boost, see this is part of my WSL stuff. Yeah, you're gonna get fish here. So you can actually change this if you want it to be you. Otherwise, you can assume this all. So this is this is my entry. This is my entry point. If you know containers, this is my entry point script. So it lets you model what you want to look like. It's 700 megabytes compressed. I mean, it's a pretty big image. I've seen much bigger at work, but using machine learning, but still. But this does let you set up your settings up front. And then if you don't turn it off, you can reattach to it or you can restart it. And so for the boost, I'm probably going to have, I don't know. We either are going to have them use my workspace, and you can put Z shell there, by the way, if you want, and it does install Z shell. If you put Z shell, it's actually in the script. If you put bin/zh, it'll actually install Z shell. So if you want to do that, and then it has my custom configuration, and it has fishies and all that jazz. So that stuff's all in there. It has links. You can go search for something and automatic. It's all built in. And this, I put a lot of time into this 2 years ago, because the idea behind me making a workspace container was I wanted to have all of my favorite tools available at the touch of a Docker run anywhere in the world. And podman control P, that whole detached thing. I don't know. Let's try control. No, it doesn't look like it is. No. Yeah, that whole detach thing. Docker had that really cool thing that lets you detach the control stuff. It doesn't look like it does. Yeah, that's something to look up, because that was something that was very useful. I was telling beginners how to do that, because then they could keep their thing running and then just reattach to it, right? Pomodoro. I don't use Pomodoro. I don't use Pomodoro that much anymore. I don't really and Pomo is actually in there now. The old version of Pomo is still there. Yeah, you can run tmux. Yeah, it should put the Pomo in there if you want to customize it. So I mean, there's a lot of reasons to do this. This has got my customized tmux config in here. In fact, I need to go through everything and update it and decide which things I want to keep and not. But to tell you the truth, the way things are going, I'm kind of rethinking the bonsai monolith approach, and in favor of a workspace container. And I know it feels like I'm flip-flopping on that, and in that case, I kind of am. I think having a workspace container that has multiple binaries and different things all over the place, I think being able to run a container anywhere in the world is more important than having a singular monolith binary that you can download. And the reason for that is because I think it's safe to assume you're going to have the ability to run a container engine. And so assuming you have a dependency. Now, the only time that wouldn't be true is if you've hacked somebody and you want to create a rootkit, and you want to bundle all your tools into a bonsai monolith at that point. And there's some people on the security list that have done that. There's one guy who might be doing a DEF CON presentation on it using bonsai. and they put all their tools into a single binary, right? But I think in general, for most people, sticking with quick and dirty bash scripts is going to be a more effective use of their time than to try to put everything that they might ever want to use into a bash, a Go monolith, and compile that and deal with it that way. So it's also more Unixy. It's more of a Unix approach. And I remember people giving me shit about it, properly so, that creating a bonsai monolith of all my favorite commands was not Unixy. And I agree. I agree with that. So it works for me in a Linux terminal. Might be. It might be because I'm using it's control P. Maybe I'm not typing it right. Control P. Here, let me try over here. No. It must be the terminals interrupting it. I guess. Yeah. It might be Gibash, who knows. Yeah, I don't use the home timer very much. I don't. Because it just takes too much time, honestly, to manage it. It's like, plus the arbitrary separation of time stuff doesn't really work. If you want to take a break, please go ahead. Wait, what have I done? I did Control P and you guys are gone. What just happened? Okay, so Control P actually did something to my streaming. Yeah. That's weird. Control P did something to my streaming. You're still there, right? That's weird. The Control P is taken over by OBS. Uh-huh. That was so weird. Watch, I'll do it again. Control P, ready, go. No. How about now? Control P. Nope. Huh. Anyway. As you can see, so I think we're good to go. That's probably enough for today. It's just my shortcut. I think I probably do have a Control P for my shortcut. I think you're probably right on that. I think I do have I gotta make sure I don't have that. Actually, let's check that really quick. Oh God. Well, that froze. I just did Control P on the Windows command line. Are you still there? Oh my God. What did it just do? It's linked to something. How can we even find out? Let me try. Shortcut. Game bar shortcuts. No. Terminal like I Control S. I don't know. I just did something. Was it short? I don't know. Was it sticky? Please tell me it wasn't sticky keys. Okay, fine. Let me try something here. I forgot how to. There's a way to like go between terminal settings. What's the hotkey for that in the terminal in Windows terminal? A command palette. No. Run just stop. Get bash. PowerShell. No. There's a way to go back and forth between these. I don't remember what it is, without having to minimize and unminimize. I do have a VM running. Oh, they did a really good job, LBG. I'm glad you said that. I trust your opinion really. I appreciate you looking at it a little more. That was my impression too. I mean, it looked really solid. I was particularly impressed with how they covered up all the hassle of WSL2 installation for an absolute beginner. Yeah. Not using installer. No, I think for beginners, I think using installer is fine. So anyway, Control P in podman. So in case you guys don't know, that will normally detach from a running container and you can reattach it later with a command. Isn't that, maybe it was a different command. I mean, I think you can also just type, oh, look at this, alias docker equals podman dot. You can start with podman. Podman help subcommand. Podman search. Oh, there it does have a search. Nice. Podman images. Run. PS. Testing container out. Okay, so we're going to run MkDocs in container using podman on the host system, which is fine because then when we open up a port, it'll be open to the local browser and not kind of hidden underneath the VM, which then we'd have to like look up the address of that. And that allows some other magic to happen. So I don't know how well Podman Desktop does it, but sometimes when it's like click on browse and that kind of thing, it knows the IP of the container, so it can go straight to it as opposed to having to look it up independently. Yeah. So this used to be from another machine. I'm convinced that something. Oh yeah, we didn't. Something about my original installation of Podman has screwed up the Podman installer's ability to do the right thing. So running the standalone executable, which is probably the right thing to do anyway, just a lot cleaner, right? I think that's the way to go, honestly. So I'm glad we had that kind of hiccup. Speaking of running container, does this tell you how we can detach? I'm guessing no. It's probably better to teach them the commands for this, though. See you, Seth Eric. Oh, nice. Thank you for that, everybody. I have to go too, so I have to go shopping, and I'm going to go ride in my bike. Probably not going to stream the biking today. I'm sorry about that. I don't know. I don't know yet. I might feel like it, maybe not. I when I get the other fan, I definitely will, but I'm not going to be able to. I don't think I'm going to be able to speak because I'm going to have 3 fans on. It's going to be like an airport in here. So just for people who are wondering if they want to stick around. I'm not going to stream the shopping. Shopping's fun, and I appreciate you guys coming with me on occasion, but for the most part, it's not fun content to watch. If I do go outside and bike, which there's a chance I am going to do that, I will take my rig for that if I do that. I haven't decided yet, though. So, Podman long/shell. There's a remote possibility I might actually play a little bit of Overwatch tonight. Now that I'm sitting again, I wasn't sitting earlier. So I know Matt, I know you like that. So yeah, if I do play Overwatch, I will stream it because I can just sit here and play, and you guys can laugh at me or whatever. It's not compelling content. We don't have a lot of people watch me do that, but it is fun to play around with the gang. Anybody who wants to come in and just shoot me in the head or something. I'm convinced that we're probably not going to use the Control P option. Where it's kind of ahead of the cart part. So we need to document how to do the equivalent, how to exit and detach, without using the control keys. A lot of people miss the co-working streams. I'm sorry about that. I'm such a more efficient person when I'm not co-working on the stream. I don't know how I could bring that back. I'm not saying I won't, but I just can't. The main reason I can't do that is because I don't have a consistent schedule. So it's really hard for me to do that. What I do want to do instead of the co-working stuff, though, is take the topics that are related to work that I can do locally. So, for example, recently I had to figure out how Argo CD works and setting up Argo CD and getting it to do its thing. And doing a bunch of research to figure out how the secrets are managed and stuff. That's the kind of thing that I can stream. In fact, right now I'm kind of being hobbled by the fact that I don't have a full Kubernetes installation up and running in my cluster back there. So that will be coming back around. I guarantee you, the home lab and its stuff will be coming back around, and I have to make a case for using kubevip, for example, and I have to. I'm going to be installing Istio using the new Istio controller. So all of that stuff will come back. I know that's the stuff LBG was really interested in it too, and very helpful with. That stuff will be coming back, but the reason that I'm not doing it as much right now is because that extra an hour, 2 hours a day has been spent with me on the bike, trying to get healthy. So, but it's not gone. It's not gone. It's coming back. It's just, I have another 18 kilos to drop. I've already dropped 5. After I hit my goal weight, assuming I can hit the other stuff in that same time and get the muscle back and everything, then I'll be back to doing only be exercising like an hour a day, and then I won't need to do the 2.5, 3 hours a day of exercising I've been doing right now. Get a RAM laptop mount from, I have it. This table right here. Yeah, when you see it, this table right here, it goes up and the bike fits right under there, and I can do everything. I've actually been on my bike during conference calls at work. I've been like watching the conference call go on while I've been spinning in the middle of Zwift. It's been fantastic. I will never, ever go into the office. All the people that are trying to get me to go into the office to work, not me, but others, forget it. I've been working from home for 25 years. I don't have any intention. I would quit before I work from, because of all the advantages. Not to mention that I can take a nap and then wake up and do much more productive work after the nap is over. I can use the daylight for daylight things like, I don't know, cleaning your car or something. And then at night I can make that time up. So, you'll never see me, ever go back to working in the office. I never have. There is no going back to it. After 2 decades of working remote, working in the office is absolutely foreign to me. I have no idea what to do. If you put me in a car and make me sit there, and wait to like drive just to go into another box and wait for the day to be over. No, not doing it. Not doing it. I think that ship has sailed. So I know you didn't ask for that commentary. It's probably time for me to go. Let's go raid somebody with the 72 viewers remaining or so. And we got our podman installed. We didn't quite get to the MkDocs stuff, but we can definitely do that next Saturday. So really the goal before the boost starts is, as you know, a lot of the boost content is ad hoc. So where's our syllabus and all that? We're going to have a MkDocs structure that is going to be fleshed out as we do it. And that is my style. It's always been my style. That's how I did Skill Stack for 10 years. It works very nice because all of us are learning as we go. We did some of that today, actually. And we were able to encounter those hurdles together. And I will go through those steps and encounter those hurdles again during the boost. So we can go through that. So people can go ahead and learn it that way. What was I going to do? We were going to go ahead and raid somebody then. So it's been a while since I raided somebody. So let's go raid somebody fun. Oh, Linux Tips is on. I get a chance to relay back Linux Tips. Linux Tips raided me once upon a time, and it's been a long time since I've raided them. So I am really glad that I get to raid them. Where's my commander thingy? Where's my thingy, my bobber? Please tell me he's not wrapping up his stream. I see he's not, right? Please tell me he's not. I hope he's not wrapping up his stream. Yeah, go to bed, everybody. Have a great day. Thank you for being here. And stuff. Please, Linux Tips my best. Not a native English speaker, but speaks English. So just so you know that. Take care. And I thank you so much for being here. I really do. We'll see you next Saturday. Bye. Stop streaming. Let's go see, where is he? Here he is. Here he is. We'll go watch him for a second. Can you guys hear him and I can't? Oh, I need to turn him on.
From everyone that are arriving in here from MkDocs, Robbie, man, you are amazing, man. Thank you a lot. Really, thank you a lot.
No, thank you.
Here, yeah, sorry for my bad English, my broken English, but we are Brazilian, right? So today we are here just to configure. We are creating a strange bird, right? Basically, we are creating a repository where it's possible. You just use make command, right? It's possible to have an entire solution for learn a little bit more about observability, right? So basically, what
Bye,
we have
YouTube.
here